clarity, I think I used the previous one and I think it's got the same link each time. Is that right?
Yeah, it's good for the whole year.
Okay. All right. I think we have a good number of people on. Are we at a place where we're ready to get started?
Yeah.
Okay, then. All right, well, let's go ahead and get started. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the February 23rd meeting of the San Francisco Democratic County Central Committee. My name is Honey Mahogany, and I am chair of the San Francisco Democratic Party, and I am now calling this meeting to order. If folks can just make sure to place themselves on mute unless they are speaking, that way we don't get an echo, that would be great. Much appreciated. So again, welcome back everyone to our regularly scheduled meeting. This is probably going to be a longer meeting because we have had several people sign up for public comment. I think we had about 90 people signed up. And we also have, in addition, some really awesome guests that are going to be speaking to us about running for office and hopefully gaining endorsements through the San Francisco Democratic Party or the state party, which the convention is coming up, and hopefully many of you will either be going or tuning into and paying attention to what's going on across our state. So I'm very excited to hear from all of those folks. And in order to make time for all of this to happen, we're just going to have public comment be 1 minute. Which I know is shorter than our usual 2, but I think given the large number of people, it will probably be best so that we can hear from everyone in a timely manner. So public comment today will be 1 minute. In addition, there are a couple other things that are on the agenda that we will get into later, but first, why don't we go ahead and call the roll? So Recording Secretary Lee, would you kindly call the roll?
Absolutely, Chair Mahogany. Good evening, everyone. I'll start with roll. Member Avalos. Member Baraka.
Here.
Member Barry.
Present.
Member Campos.
Present by proxy.
Thank you. Member Chen.
Here.
Member Dofty. Member Galata.
Present.
Member Haney.
Here by proxy.
Member Ibanez.
Here by proxy.
Member Kim. Member Lacroix.
Present.
Member Lee here. Member Loftus.
Here.
Member Lovett. I see you, Lee. Chair Mahogany.
Here.
Member Mandelman. Member Marr.
Here by proxy.
Member Maliga. Member Morales.
Present.
Thank you. Member Raju.
Here by proxy.
Member Ronan. Member Thomas.
Here.
Member Tung.
Here.
Member Williams.
Here.
And then Member Avalos, I got you. Lieutenant Governor Kounalakis.
I am here.
Excellent. Member Ma. Member Cohen.
Cohen is proxy.
Member Weiner. And Member Ting.
Here.
I just want to check a few additional folks. Member Dufty. Member Kim. Member Mandelman. Member Maliga. Member Ronan. All right, we do have quorum with 22 present.
All right, thank you, Recording Secretary Lee. We will now move on to the approval of the meeting agenda, which is item number 2. The So the agenda before you, I would, members, if you would kindly be looking at the 72-hour agenda, because there was a late addition. This late addition was a resolution coming out of the Issues Committee and the Endorsement Committee. Just to provide a little bit of background on this, as you know, we have been considering a bylaws amendment to reflect the bylaws of the state party and some of the other larger Democratic county central committees across the state to have language that is specific to recalls. And so in doing so, looking at the state party, there is a requirement for a resolution to be a part of that process. And so in order to comply with those bylaws, should they pass, this resolution has been added to the 72-hour agenda. And I know that some folks wanted to discuss the bylaws, and folks weren't sure if it was ready to pass tonight. And if that's the case, that's okay. I think what we can do is hopefully add this to the agenda. And if the bylaws are not passed today, then we will continue that item to the next agenda. But I think in case that they are passed today and we have a vote, that we should. I would like to amend the agenda to include item, I believe it's 13, but before then I will pass it on to Vice Chair Levitt, who is the chair of the Issues and Resolutions Committee and who introduced the item.
Thank you, Chair Mahogany. So I wanted to share the written explanation as to why this is included in the 72-hour agenda. And specifically, this is regarding process. So I'll try to read and summarize it, but this is available for all, and I've shared it in the chat. So the Issues and Resolutions Committee is charged with reviewing local ballot measures and making recommendations to the SF-DCCC per the current policies and procedures. At the February 19th, 2022 special meeting, we did hear from both sides in the endorsement interviews, and this was a duly noticed meeting with 10-day and 72 hours notice. So our committees really wanted to ensure that this February 19th interview of the proponents and opponents of the DA recall take place prior to submitting a joint resolution, providing a recommendation to members as they take an endorsement vote on the DA recall ballot today. The Issues and Resolutions Committee and the Endorsements Committee hereby do recommend that we add the resolution opposing the recall of SF District Attorney Chesa Boudin in the June 7th, 2022 election. That's the full title of the resolution. And to give you some context, the Endorsements Committee has played a significant role in handling endorsements of the SF ballot measures as well as local candidates. And if adopted, bylaws amendments would specifically address how SFDCCC could handle local recalls, which are deemed ballot measures. And that would require the two committees to jointly review and make recommendations to the SFDCCC, as Chair Mahogany had indicated. So that is our explanation for adding this.
Thank you, Vice Chair Levitt. Member Tung.
Thank you, Chair Mahogany. So I have looked at the justification that has been provided by Vice Chair Levitt. First of all, I don't believe that it was provided to the membership along with the 72-hour notice, and it doesn't meet the urgency requirements that are required by the bylaws in order for it to be added in the 72-hour agenda, particularly because the DA recall is not until June. I appreciate that the endorsement interviews were duly noticed by 10-day and 72-hour notice to the public. I attended those endorsement interviews myself and appreciated the conversation by the proponents and by DA Boudin opposing his recall. I have some concerns though, particularly because what we are doing, it feels like we are trying to advance two things at the same time while the bylaws, the changes to the bylaws have not been finalized nor ratified by this body. We're presenting a resolution that is supposed to go along with that. And the standard by which the new bylaws amendments, if they are passed in their current form, were not clear to the people who were speaking at the time of the endorsement interviews. So with respect to, in particular, Ms. Jenkins, who spoke on behalf of the recall, she didn't know, and the recall proponents did not know what standard they should be presenting to this body in order to persuade us to support the recall. So I find that problematic. I would suggest that we slow down this process somewhat so that it can be thoroughly vetted and considered. Perhaps maybe invite both the proponent and opponent of the recall to maybe speak again at a regular meeting or a special meeting of this body so that they can specifically address any changes if we do ratify changes to our bylaws.
Thank you so much for that feedback, Member Tung. I do appreciate your participation in both the bylaws committee and during the endorsement interviews while we were coming up with this. And I was also at that endorsement meeting, and I will note that you were the first person to ask a question, and you did clarify that in your question. So I believe Ms. Jenkins was made aware of those clarifications, and additionally, the bylaws language was included in our 10-day notice of this vote specifically. So there was definitely at least a 10-day notice letting people know what our standards could potentially be, and you did clarify them in the meeting. So I would push back a little bit on what you said, that people were not provided due notice or were not informed during the interview process. But I will go to the next person. I will go to Member Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. Seeing as we're always sort of getting into debate here, I just wanted to make the motion to add item 13 to the agenda so we can get into the second in the debate.
All right, thank you. Okay, there has been a motion and there has been a second. So we should now take a vote. I believe this should probably be a roll call vote. So Member Lee.
Point of order. Sorry, Chair Mahogany. Yeah, I believe we have to have comment and discussion and debate first before we go to the vote.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, I'm so sorry, but I'm going to have to leave in just a couple of minutes. I'm doing a TV interview about Ukraine tonight. And I would so much like to be able to say a few words if it's possible to slip in here. And again, I do apologize, but we were hoping to be able to do this at the top.
All right. Well, why don't we, is anyone opposed to suspending discussion for 2 minutes so that the Lieutenant Governor may speak? I don't see anybody shaking their head in opposition. So Lieutenant Governor, why don't you please go ahead?
Chair, thank you very much for letting me say a few words tonight. I am, as you may have noted during the roll call, a member of this central committee. I don't know that there are more elected officials, statewide, certainly elected officials on a central committee anywhere in California than this one. And I'm just incredibly proud to be a San Franciscan, and I'm very honored to be with all of you. And thank you for all of your work. I think I heard that there are 90 people in public comment today. This is truly grassroots democracy at work, and it is a lot of work. So I just want to say very briefly what I've been doing for the last 3 years as your Lieutenant Governor, and why I'm running for re-election, and why I'm asking for all of your support at the upcoming state convention. First and foremost, as a member of the CSU and the UC regions, I have been fighting tuition increases. We have not had any tuition increases for in-state tuition since I have been a member, and I continue to fight them every day. I hope that all of you know that this is a battle that is not over, and I'm going to need your help going forward to make sure that we can stop tuition increases at the CSU and the UC. I'm also a new member of the Community College Board. The governor and I work together to run a bill so the Lieutenant Governor from here on out will serve, starting again with my serving in this position, but hopefully for the foreseeable future. The Lieutenant Governor is now a member of the Community College Board of Governors. So I'm the only person who sits on all 3 boards of public higher education in our state, and I relish the work that I do there. Second, when I ran the first time, I committed to fight the Trump administration's plans to expand offshore drilling off of our beautiful coast of California. Not only have I been part of the effort to make sure that there will not be expanded offshore drilling, there is, I am proud to say, as a result of my and others' work at the State Lands Commission, less offshore drilling of these legacy rigs. There is less offshore drilling off of our coast today than there was when I took office 3 years ago. Some of you might have seen, I had the great honor of representing the governor and the people of the state of California in Glasgow, Scotland during COP26. I led the delegation and was very proud sitting on panels with Secretary John Kerry and others talking about what California is doing to combat climate change and scale up real climate solutions. Finally, let me just, for those of you who don't know me, I am the daughter of an immigrant. I am the first woman ever elected lieutenant governor. Equity issues are very important to me, and fighting for equity at every opportunity is something that my office and I prioritize. We created a trans council in the office of the lieutenant governor to give a platform and elevate voices that too often in state government are not heard. I have also fought to expand access to reproductive rights on our college campus. And we all know that housing is very much an equity issue in our state. And I'm very proud to have helped pass votes at the CSU and the UC to build space for 30,000 more beds on our college campuses. And as you know, we have a real crisis of housing, but we have too many students who are sleeping in their cars and who are not able to go to college, even though they want to, because they can't afford housing. So again, I'm running for re-election. It's great to be here with all of you. I'm going to stand down and let you continue with your debate. I did note the governor tasked me to be his and California's representative for international affairs and trade. I'm the former U.S. ambassador to Hungary. We're in a very dire situation right now in Europe with the Russian troops amassed and ready to go over the border into Ukraine. And so there are very large populations in California of Ukrainian Californians. There are members of our military here. And of course, this is something that affects us all. So thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you for having me. And I know it's going to be virtual, but I look forward to seeing everybody at our upcoming virtual convention. And I humbly ask for your vote and your support for my re-election. Thank you.
Thank you, Lieutenant Governor. We appreciate you spending your time with us, and good luck with your interview tonight.
Thank you.
All right, I believe we will now go back to the conversation we were having around the agenda. And next on the roster is Member Morales. Member Morales, if you're speaking, you're muted.
Sorry. Yes, I'm so sorry. Oh, can we? Yes, sorry, I was waiting to turn on the. Yeah, I just wanted to say that I definitely am confused about process in the sense that, and maybe this is just because I've worked in, changing legislation, and usually when one changes legislation, it's not retroactive, it's like for the future. So one of the pieces that's confusing about this new item is that I thought we were just using the regular process that we've had around ballot measures and propositions to vote on the recall. And so I just wanted, to put that out there in terms of a little bit of confusion on that piece for tonight. But yeah, we do have a process. I think that we need a new process to make it, as you well said, Chair Mahogany, more aligned with other democratic bodies in the state. I think that is an important thing to do. And I also have, once that point comes, I will share that I do have amendment proposals for some of the language. But I don't know if I'm making sense. I'm adding a lot of things, but I just think that we do have a process already around ballot measures that I thought we were using for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Morales. Just to explain, I think that people really wanted us to clarify those bylaws. And so we had agendized them, but at the same time, we also were coming up against a deadline. And this goes back to Member Tung's comment earlier around this being an early endorsement. That's not true. This is not an early endorsement of the district attorney. And the reason for that is that any sort of ballot argument that would be submitted is going to be due in March before our next regularly scheduled meeting. And so per our bylaws, this would not be an early endorsement. This, in fact, would be a very timely endorsement and time-sensitive endorsement because we do not have another regularly scheduled meeting before then. So in hearing from folks that they wanted to tidy up our bylaws, and we also needed to do this endorsement vote, we wanted to make sure that we brought both of those things to the body so that we can move through them one after the other. However, I think I am definitely open to the conversation of continuing to use our previous bylaws to have this process if that's what we think would be best. I just wanted to make sure that we were being very, very clear in what our process was and why we were following it. And that's why I agendized both those items. So people didn't feel like back then we said we were going to update our bylaws and we never did it. And we went ahead with this endorsement versus, there being confusion around that. So again, I just want to clarify one point, and I know we have more people who want to talk, but this would just be adding the resolution, right? Which would be, if we change our bylaws tonight, adding this resolution would be in line with those bylaws and allow us to go through our endorsement process. So that's what we're trying to do right here. If we do not approve the bylaws and decide that we would like to continue them to another meeting and that needs further discussion, that's fine. We can also continue that resolution and we won't be voting on it today. So I just want to clarify that point. And then we'll now go to Member Loftus. Nice to see you.
Hi, thank you, Chair Mahogany. It's nice to see everyone. That was a treat seeing the Lieutenant Governor too. Okay, so I guess what I would say here is I think there's the substance conversation that always like, what are we going to do? And then how we do it. I feel like oftentimes I'm like, what are we going to do? And then how are we going to do it? And I feel like in a diverse body, especially that represents a diverse constituency where there's going to be disagreement, because we all know there's likely to be disagreement here. I think it's really important that the process is really squared up and fair. And so I would just say that anytime we add something last minute, what we lose is there's a reason we put that 10 days is we want as many people who care about this to be able to contact us. And I know each of us elected by our constituencies want to make sure that we don't rush to a judgment and that we get time to hear. And so I think part of what the sense of the concern that I have is it's a lot of change, bylaw change, and then also it immediately adding at the last minute a substantive change in the same package feels rushed. And it feels like we're gearing towards a certain outcome as opposed to having a process that is neutral and then achieves that outcome. I do hear from you, Chair Mahogany, that your intent is for it to go as it's meant to go. So I don't mean to suggest any ill intent. I just think that the reality is it's not just the outcome we get to, it's how we get there. And I feel like doing it this way doesn't give people enough time to let us know what their thoughts are. And as well, just in fairness, it feels a little rushed. I'll say, I think from what I've seen, I think that the district attorney has a lot of friends here. I think he's going to have a lot of support. And I also think people who probably want to support him would want to do it in a way that stands up and is fair. And so that would be my pitch. I think it'll happen or it won't happen, but we can always do this at a next meeting. But if we do it here, it just sort of feels like we're rushing to a particular outcome. And I'm not sure that that's a good look for us as a committee.
Thank you, Member Loftus. Certainly that's not the intent to rush through this. Just to be clear, and just to speak to this, the bylaws committee has been meeting over the last 2 months and had several meetings where we've debated these bylaws, and we were finally bringing them. We mentioned it at the last meeting, and then we, noticed it and brought it to the body. I think that the only change we're making to the agenda is to add the resolution, which is a part of the bylaw process. So again,
Right.
it's
That's the part that feels rushed. If the resolution and the bylaws is meaty, I agree. So if we're voting on whether to add the resolution, that's my concern is the two of those.
right. Yeah. So, but just to be clear, in order to have the endorsement, if we pass the new bylaws, we need the resolution. So that's why they have to be together. But I understand that you're saying that passing the new bylaws and having the endorsement on the same day feels like a lot to you, I think is what you're saying.
No, it's not. I'm not saying, I've said what I said. It doesn't
Okay.
feel like it's a lot.
I'm just trying to
It feels
clarify.
like it's fundamentally rushing something when we would normally take an issue that's important and give people who care about it 10 days. So we have an issue, the bylaws, that was noticed. Everybody has time, a big change. But we're also adding a resolution, which was not noticed with 10 days, and saying that there's an urgency around it. And even being able to do that is predicated on an assumption that one thing is going to win. That feels like we've made a decision that this is going to succeed. I'm just saying from an optics perspective, we have to be responsible for what our process, there's a reason we have rules around it. So I'm raising a concern, not that it's personally difficult, but that I think that we can do better. I think that people expect us to run a fundamentally fair process. And I think rushing it in this way calls that into question.
I just want to clarify that I didn't think that it was difficult for you personally. I thought you were saying just generally that it might be a lot to deal with for everyone in one meeting. I also want to clarify that the resolution isn't meant to preempt our vote. Per the new bylaws, the issues committee is basically, and this is reflective of the state bylaws, is charged with introducing a resolution to the DCCC with their recommendation. So this resolution is not preempting the vote, but it is the recommendation of the issues committee. The resolution may or may not be passed by the body, and that is a part of that process. So I just want to clarify that is the process. But we'll go on to the next speaker, which is Member Berry.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to point out that in the past, we've had to act in urgency because of deadlines for the voter guide, and we've had interviews the Saturday before the vote, which we did do this weekend. And I also would like to point out that the 72-hour notice did include the resolution, because someone stated that it did not earlier. And also that when it comes to resolutions, I haven't in my 23 months experience where we had to invite different sides to speak, either whether they are for or against a resolution. And when we get this issue resolved, I would like to mention another agenda item that I would like to ask to be removed from the agenda. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Member Berry. Member Thomas.
Thank you, Chair Mahogany. First, I want to thank the Endorsements and Issues and Resolutions Committee for all the work they've done. This was a heavy lift. Also, for the Bylaws Committee, as Chair Mahogany pointed out, this has been a pretty open and long process. Everyone was welcome to join us as we discussed and analyzed other county central committees' endorsement process on recalls into the night, and tried to come up with language that would work. It's been something that the bylaws are on the 10-day agenda, and they specify a detailed process. And the items 12 and 13 are functionally judgment on the same issue. However, they are one that comports with the existing bylaws, and 13 comports with the new bylaws. So there is no rushed, surprise here at all. The 10-day agenda laid out the process that the new bylaws would require. That process was followed. 13 allows us to comport with it should 11 be approved. 12 would allow us to comport with the existing bylaws if the item 11 is not approved. So there's been no surprise. There's been no rush. This has all been laid out. 13 is essentially a procedural fix to make sure that we're following the new bylaws should they be approved by this body tonight. So I want to just push back against this narrative that there's some rush or that anything's been surprised. This was all on the 10-day agenda. So.
Thank you, Member Thomas. Member Chen.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted a point of clarification for the bylaw amendments. I know it's not part of it, but I just needed like clarification so I know what to do for this one. The first point, it says that it's supposed to be, I'm just kind of confused. Is it like regardless of either like oppose, support, or neutral, that there always has to be resolution introduced to the committee? Because when I read this, it makes it sounds like if we're just opposed to the recall, it feels like we don't have to introduce anything, but I might be wrong.
Yeah, I'd love to clarify that for you. So basically, the reason that we included in the bylaws that there needed to be resolution either way is because folks did not feel comfortable, and I think it was Member Tung that pointed this out, or it may have been another member, that we needed to clarify when exactly our position became official, because, for example, a recall could be called, and then if it was an automatic position, then somebody could just say, oh, well, the DCCC is against this, even though we never affirmed that we were against it. So in order to make it very clear why we are for or against a recall, the resolution provides an opportunity to lay out all the facts and for the body to affirm those facts or for the body to reject what is stated in the resolution. And then once that has happened, there is then an endorsement vote. So that is the process as laid out in the bylaws as was duly noticed 10 days ago. Does that answer your question, Member Chen?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Member Walker, I'm sorry, Mr. Walker.
Thank you. So first of all, I guess I want to make sure if there's any elected officials who are here who are supposed to speak, I guess, before I get started, just as I see, I don't know if our state treasurer or anyone else is here, I'm happy to yield. Okay, so I guess my question, so I guess my point of clarification is that the bylaws changes were noticed on the 10-day agenda, and let's see if there is a chance to have a discussion at the full body. These are quite large changes, and just me speaking personally as someone who's trying to go over an agenda with a member, I didn't really have the chance to go over the meat of the resolution, even though my person I'm voting for has a position on the recall. So I think that it's a thing where like having the resolution on the 3-day agenda but not on the 10-day when the bylaws were introduced, it creates an issue, I think. Number one. Number two, I think that since in San Francisco, all of our recalls are ballot measures, there's like school boards, and I'm assuming that the DA will be a ballot measure, is why, for just the purposes of, brevity, to act like it was a ballot measure, and then we can have a longer bylaws discussion about recalls at another date. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Walker, that those comments are well received. Member or Vice Chair Lacroix.
Yes, I just wanted to call the question. I feel like we're skirted close to discussions about the actual potential agenda item, instead of just like substantive of like whether or not it should be on the agenda, and it's getting a little dicey for me. And so I just wanted to call the question. Yes.
All right, thank you very much, Vice Chair Lacroix. I appreciate that. It has been called to question. Vice Chair Levitt, did you want to add something?
Just a point of clarification that if we did add it, it would logically come before the current item number 12, because number 12 is the endorsement of the ballot measure regarding the recall. So
thank you for that clarification. So this vote is to amend the agenda, to add item, gosh, is it item 13 on there, to go before item 12. So there has been a motion and a second and a call to question. Madam Recording Secretary, will you please call the roll?
Yes. So Chair Mahogany just stated what this vote is on, and your options are yes, no, or abstain. Okay, Member Avalos. Member Avalos?
I would like a point of clarification. So the way I understood it, that yes would mean that we're moving the resolution to be added to the agenda before item 12, which is the actual vote on the ballot measure for the June 7th recall election.
Correct.
Yes.
Member Baraka,
Yes.
Member Barry. Member Campos. That's Member Galata.
Yes.
Member Chen.
Abstain.
Member Galata.
Yes.
Member Haney.
Yes.
Member Ibanez. That was Member Morales as proxy earlier.
Oh, sorry. Oh my God, I'm the worst. Abstain. Oh my God, I'm so sorry.
You're okay. Member Lacroix.
No.
Member Lee, pass. Member Loftus.
No.
Member Lovett.
Yes.
Chair Mahogany.
Yes.
Member Mar.
Yes.
Member Morales.
Abstain.
Member Raju.
Yes.
Member Thomas.
Yes.
Member Tong.
No.
Member Williams.
Yes.
Member Kunalakis. That's sorry, that was abstain.
Yeah.
Thank you. Member Ma.
Abstain.
Member Cohen.
Abstain.
I don't think Member Weiner is here. Member Ting.
Abstain.
And to go back to me, I will also abstain. So with
Sorry to interrupt. This is Member Ronan. I'm present and I'm going to also abstain.
Okay, thank you so much, Member Ronan. Okay, there are a total of 13 yes, 3 no, and 9 abstentions. So this does have majority. I just want to clarify, it doesn't have the majority overall votes. So I am not sure how this works. So I'm asking some parliamentarian.
An abstention reduces the threshold.
The vote threshold. And it's okay if the vote threshold goes below the 50+1 majority.
Isn't it supposed to be 2/3?
Oh, this sorry.
It's 2/3.
It's 2/3.
Okay, so there's 12 yes, 3 no, 9 abstentions. So with 12 yes and 3 no, it still receives 2/3 plus 1. So this motion carries.
Thank you.
Chair Mahogany, I just want to, stepping in with my parliamentarian hat for a quick second. I just wanted to go back to a point that Vice Chair Levitt made, that the item that was just passed would go before current item 12. As it's agendized, even to be added on the agenda, it would still be item 13. So it would fall after. I just wanted to clarify that.
Okay, well, we can hear item 13 after we hear or item 12 after we hear item 13. We can move it in the agenda.
Yes, it is the call of the chair to move items around, but just wanting to clarify that it is in fact item 13.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lacroix. All right, now that we have approved our meeting agenda, we will now move on to the approval of the meeting minutes. I just want to say a special thank you to our Executive Director, Moises Garcia, as well as Janice, Member Lee, for updating our minutes. I know that took a while, but I appreciate all of the attention to detail and that we finally have an updated set of minutes we can post to our website. So thank you very much for that work. Member Thomas.
Thank you, Chair Mahogany, and also thank you to Member Lee and Moises also for helping with the revisions and getting that out. As the members have noticed, there was an email that went out this morning with some last amendments, some smaller technical ones. So I'm going to make that motion to amend now, and I'll read the small amendments. The July 2021 meeting, corrected mislabeled reports and minutes now align with items, no text changes. The August 2021 meeting, Member Thomas noted as present, corrected mislabeled reports. Minutes now align with items as agendized, no text changes. September 2021, Member Thomas noted as present, corrected mislabeled reports. Minutes now align in items as agendized, no other text changes. January 2022, Member Thomas noted as present, corrected mislabeled reports. Minutes now align with items as agendized, no text changes. And I will motion to approve the minutes as amended.
Is there a second?
Second.
Seconded by Member Avalos. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? The meeting minutes are approved. Thank you very much again for everybody's hard work on that. We will now move on to, I believe we're at our first presentation. So thank you all to all of our panelists who have come to speak before us today. I know we already heard from Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis, and up next we have remarks from our State Treasurer, Fiona Ma. Is this, oh, I see you there.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, honey. Thank you to the members. It's great to be here with you. And I am Fiona Ma. I started my public service career with Senator John Burton as a district representative for 7.5 years. Then I got elected to the the San Francisco Board of Supervisors from 2002 to 2006, representing the Sunset District. Then the State Assembly from 2006 to 2012, your friendly tax collector from 2014 to 18, and now as your state treasurer. Last year, $3.2 trillion went through my office. I manage a short-term portfolio of $200 billion. I oversee bonds of about $80 billion outstanding. And I also chair 15 boards, commissions, and authorities that oversees affordable housing, hospitals, schools, public transportation, green energy, advanced manufacturing, as well as 3 savings programs, Scholarship 529, Cal Savers, Cal Able, and I also sit on about 10 different other boards and commissions, Cal PERS, Cal STIRS, Cal HFA, the California Earthquake Authority, and others. And so it's been my honor to represent San Francisco. I've lived here since 1988. I still live in San Francisco with my father in the Golden Gate Heights district. I am the only Democrat seeking the California Democratic Party endorsement as state treasurer. I'm running for re-election, and I would really appreciate all of your vote. Love San Francisco. Again, thank you all. I know that we have faced a difficult time over the last 2 years of COVID. It's great that we are hopefully getting out of it. We need to have more people kind of back in the city. So I just hope that we are all staying safe during this time, and thank you all for your service.
Thank you so much, Treasurer Ma. Colleagues, we have about 2 minutes for if folks have questions that they would like to ask of the Treasurer. Member Lee.
Treasurer Ma, thank you so much for being here tonight. I think you have a lot of supporters among us here. I actually just have a comical question. I loved your holiday card. Can you tell us more?
Yeah, thank you. So my husband, some of you know my husband if you follow us on social media, although he is a firefighter, he definitely has an artsy side to him. And so he really enjoys my swag, like my I Love Ma tattoos and my State Board of Equalization pocket protectors. So that is, definitely my husband. And so this time he wanted to create a piece that is like the Sears, 1970s period where we could feature our 3 dogs, as well as kind of go back in time since he's been growing his hair for COVID. His hair is still long through COVID. And so I think that's how it inspired our holiday card this year.
Thank you so much, Member Lee, for that question. Member Barry.
Hi, nice to meet you, Ms. Ma. My question is, you said that you oversee the budget for affordable housing. I feel like redevelopment, then urban renewal, and now affordable housing is not affordable for all. What are you doing in the budget to have deeply affordable housing funded so that we could reduce homelessness?
Yeah. So I chair CIDLAC and TCAC, the California Debt Limit Allocation Committee, and the California Tax Credit Allocation Committee, where we allocate the tax credits and the bonds for affordable housing. Since I got elected, we have focused on new construction for extremely low and very low individuals. The governor has also placed an emphasis on homeless and formerly homeless. And so that has definitely been our priorities. We also passed the No Place Like Home initiative, 6 years ago, and we distribute the bonds for that. And those monies are going to house those that are formerly homeless with wraparound services. And you should be seeing over the next, year or 2 years, more affordable housing units being built all across the state. And so we're thankful to Gavin Newsom for allocating $500 million in state low-income housing tax credits over the past 4 years. Also to the federal government, led by Congressman Mike Thompson, for giving us 9% disaster credit. So those regions that have been devastated by wildfires, now we are getting additional 9% tax credits to rebuild in those areas. So there has been a lot of assistance, a lot of focus, emphasis, and dollars going to affordable housing for extremely low and very low income individuals, especially those that are homeless, facing homelessness, and veterans, especially, and seniors and disabled.
Thank you so much for your question, Member Barry. And thank you again, Treasurer Ma, for being here and speaking to us. Best of luck.
Thank you.
We will now go to remarks by Insurance Commissioner Ricardo Lara. Do we have the commissioner?
Yes, I'm promoting him to panelist. There he is.
Here I am.
Hi, welcome.
Hi, honey, how are you? Good to see you all. Quickly, thank you for allowing me some time. Good evening, everyone. I'm proudly here before you today as California's first ever LGBTQ statewide elected official in California's history. And I'm also the first Latino insurance commissioner and proudly running for re-election. As Democrats, we know that representation matters and our leaders must come from our diverse communities. I want to take a second to talk to you about the campaign. I'm proud to have the endorsement of our California firefighters, the California Nurses Association, SEIU, California Teachers Association, Planned Parenthood, and of course our Senator Alex Padilla, along with our governors Newsom, Brown, and Davis. Couple things that I'm very proud of the work that I've done as your insurance commissioner is I've taken on the insurance industry, resulting in over $2 billion directly back to California consumers' pockets. I was the first insurance commissioner in the country to order insurance companies to provide premium relief to California motorists and to our small businesses, especially for our small businesses and our restaurants that were suffering during COVID, to address the devastating effects of climate change and our horrific wildfires that we've all seen, including the worst in our history. I created the first ever climate insurance working group made up of environmental leaders to work with me on 3 major threats that continue to be real threats here in California: wildfires, sea level rise, and extreme heat. I've also been hard at work protecting California wildfire victims from being canceled by their homeowners insurance policy, protecting more than 2.4 million policyholders around the state. And just recently, I concluded a year-long work with other state agencies to create our Safer for Wildfires insurance framework. For the first time ever, I brought state agencies together to identify mitigation actions that consumers can use using the latest fire science research harden their homes and businesses and actually get a discount for it for the first time from your insurance policy, your insurance company. So using every tool, and I know it's stalled in the assembly. I remain committed to our fight for single payer. As many of you know, I authored the SB 562, our single payer bill in the Senate that actually got voted out of the Senate when I was there. And I'm also proud to have authored Health for All Kids, which extends healthcare to our immigrant children. I'm proud to say that today, over 100,000 undocumented children across the state have healthcare, but we must keep fighting, and healthcare, as you know, is a right and not a privilege for those that can afford it. And I don't care if I get in another Twitter war with Elon Musk when he throws a tantrum over the regulations that he doesn't like. Again, just thank you for giving me the time to speak to you all. I humbly ask for your support once again for my reelection, and I look forward to seeing many of you virtually at the convention. So thank you, and buenas noches to everyone.
Thank you, Commissioner. Colleagues, do you have any questions for the Commissioner? All right, seeing none, I will, Member Ibanez, did you have a question?
No.
Okay. Well, I don't see any other questions, so thank you so much for your time, Commissioner.
Thank you, honey.
Lara.
Thank you, everyone. Buenas noches.
Buenas noches. All right, colleagues, we will now move on to remarks by Assemblymember Mark Levine.
There he is.
Hi.
Hi there.
Thank you,
Welcome.
Madam Chair. Appreciate it. Hi, San Francisco. I'm Mark Levine. I represent Marin and Sonoma County. I was elected in 2012 to the Assembly. Used to be a neighbor in San Francisco, lived on 25th Street between Noe and Castro for a few years. And I'm pleased to join you. I'm running for insurance commissioner, and I'm running because we really need someone who's interested in serving Californians. In 2017, after wildfires touched the Bay Area kind of for first time in a long time and burned 5,000 homes in Sonoma County, in one of the counties I represent, then Insurance Commissioner Dave Jones asked me to introduce 5 insurance reform bills to protect fire survivors. I got all those bills signed into law, but I saw just how difficult it was to navigate the insurance industry stranglehold on Sacramento. I've continued paying attention since then. Throughout the state and my community as well, I've heard stories of people who have been canceled or non-renewed or had skyrocketing rates. And you don't need to live in the forest to experience this. You can live across the state and have this because insurance premiums have been going up, as the insurance commissioner has approved every premium increase that has come before him with zero accountability for the insurance industry to actually provide insurance to people. So I've proposed solutions to strengthen the insurance marketplace, particularly for medium and high risk places, to reduce upward pressure on insurance in non-fire risk areas, but also to create greater solvency for insurance in the high fire risk places. Also grants for home hardening and defensible space, much like we have on seismic faults for people that want to participate in brace and bolt programs. And that if you do those things for your home to protect you from wildfire, which CAL FIRE and insurers agree are important things to do, that you should be guaranteed the ability to buy that insurance. And this extends to what renters need as well, because as insurers have been fleeing whole parts of the state, pushing people on the FAIR plan, which is very expensive and pays out reduced benefits, where are they getting their profits from? They're raising premiums on everyone else, including here in the Bay Area. So we need someone who wants to come forward with solutions. And I was trying to figure out why we haven't had that. And not since disgraced Republican Insurance Commissioner Chuck Quackenbush resigned, because he was found to have taken money from the industry and done the wrong things, has an insurance commissioner done that. But Ricardo Lara was caught not once, but twice taking money from the industry. The second time he actually had the money laundered through the spouses of insurance industry executives. He then overruled his own administrative law judges 5 times on behalf of his donors, allowing that company ultimately to move to New Mexico, saving those donors $60 million in their purchase of that company from Berkshire Hathaway. It's a $900 million deal. So it's not just that the money was bad, It was what happened after the money. And so what's happening now is people are struggling to get insurance or to afford insurance or to afford to live where they've lived a long time. But they can't because of the skyrocketing rates of insurance that they've had. So I'm going to be here to fight for you. That is my pledge. And that is why I'm running. I actually want to serve Californians, not serve the industry. We need to break away from that. And for those of you that are delegates, I would be honored to have your support in the endorsement of the Democratic Party. I'm honored to have the California Nurses Association's endorsement because they know I'm a fighter. They know that I'm not just talking the talk. I walk on this journey with you and I fight on this journey with you. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Member Barry, do you have a question for Mr. Levine?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Chair Mahogany. Mr. Levine, do you support Medicare for all?
I do, and I voted for AB 1400 as a member of the Appropriations Committee. And again, I'm honored to have California Nurses Association support. As insurance regulator, I have 2,500 constituent serving staff, but also regulatory writers. And so what I'm pledging to do is not just say I'm for it, but a lot of my colleagues that are lawmakers, they struggle to vote for it because they don't know what they're voting for. There are small details that they want to figure out. And I can put the regulatory muscle of the Department of Insurance into drafting some of those sticky parts. I authored a bill that's now in the Senate, it passed the Assembly, that grants people on Medi-Cal the same rights as people on private insurance to have an independent medical review. So, let's say you've been diagnosed with cancer and you're not asking for a second opinion, but they give you a course of treatment that you don't agree with. If you're on a private insurer, you can have an independent medical review of that course of treatment. But on Medi-Cal, that's not allowed. So my bill is, I think, a very important part of anything that I would want to have in CalCare, which is to make sure that if you have Medi-Cal, you should have every benefit to seek independent review that someone on private insurance has.
All right, thank you, Assembly Member. Member Avalos?
Yes, thank you. I have a question. Thank you for being with us tonight.
Thank you.
A question, if you are aware of the Trump administration putting new rules around allowing entities to receive Medicare Advantage financing to be able to enroll people automatically in receiving their Medicare through for-profit organizations that are actually pocketing a great deal of the proceeds for profit versus other entities that receive Medicare that actually do not have the ability to do that. And it's actually creating a huge waste in funding. What is your thoughts about how to deal with that and combat that here in California?
Well, I'd like to reverse. There are a lot of things that the Trump administration did that I'd like to reverse. And that would be something where California has a role in a way that we have stood up to some of those Trump policies. Of course, I would like to work with the Biden administration, Secretary Becerra, on how to resolve that issue. The most important thing is, how do we protect constituents? With 2,500 people in the Department of Insurance, we have people that do constituent casework and can help raise awareness of these scams. And so we have to protect people. And this is an office that
currently the Biden administration is not doing anything about it.
Yeah.
And so has this been brought to your attention? And do you, if so, what do you see as the remedy to dealing with this scam?
So this is the first time, but I think the most important thing is we raise awareness so seniors are warned, and then we work with the legislature to figure out how do we make sure that a Trump policy that we disagree with is one that we can protect Californians from. We've figured out ways to do this in small ways, but I think what's important is California is a $350 billion insurance marketplace, and the California Insurance Commissioner, it should not be a backwater job. It needs to walk big, and that means on a national stage, call out, not just to protect Californians, but to protect all seniors, because they're being built across this country. So then you galvanize, at least in the states where there are people who care, a movement. And that's what you do. You don't just hide in California saying that you don't have the ability to do these things. You actually create a movement for it.
Thank you for the questions, colleagues. And thank you again, Assembly Member, for being here tonight, and best of luck.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, we are at our last presentation from another member of this body, Board of Equalization member, Malia Cohen.
I don't think she's on the call, Chair.
Oh, was she not able, is Miss Fennell on the call? Does she know?
Chair, I believe she's hosting the Black History event tonight for the city.
All right. Okay. So I think maybe what we can do is we can hold her spot when she is able to come back. And for now, we will move on with our agenda. We do realize that it's taken us a little bit longer today to get through the first few items, so that's understandable. Okay, well, we will now move to item number 9, which is our general public comment. Just a reminder that we are limiting public comment to 1 minute tonight, just because of the number of speakers that we've had. We want to make sure that we get to hear from everybody and people don't end up leaving the call. So we are limiting it to 1 minute. And for that, I believe we have a timekeeper. Is that right? I believe it is member Ibanez. Is she on the call?
I don't think she's on yet.
Okay, well, I will go ahead and take time, and I will now pass it over to Executive Director
Sarah, I can do
Garcia.
that for you if you'd like.
Oh,
Oh, Malia just joined.
oh,
Yeah.
perfect. Thank you. All right, we'll go ahead with the Board of Equalization member's presentation.
Chair Mahogany, I think there's confusion because I'm on as her proxy, maybe.
Oh, I see.
So let me send her a text to let her know she's up.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Sorry, I guess there was a false alarm that she had joined the meeting, but I think Tyra is there in her name. So we will move on with public comment. I heard Vice Chair Baraka is kindly willing to do the timekeeping, so everybody gets 1 minute. Appreciate you doing that, and I will pass it on now back to our Executive Director, Moises Garcia.
Thank you, Chair Mahogany. If you would like to make public comment, please use the raise hand function, which can be found on the bottom of your Zoom screen. If you are listening to this meeting via your phone,
sorry to interrupt, Executive Director, but we have the Board of Equalization member
wonderful.
here with us.
Hello.
Hello. Welcome.
Chair. I appreciate that.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. I can't see anyone but you. Where is everybody else?
It's probably your setting.
There you all are. I see you, Janice, Leah. Look at my family. John Avalos, Keith Baraka, Moises, Peter. Okay. It was a moment. I'm ready. I'm back in the game. Hi, honey.
We would love to hear from you. We know that you are running for state controller, and we are so proud to have you here with us as a member of this body, and we'd love to hear from you. So you have 2 minutes, and then we will go to questions.
2 minutes. Oh my God. Okay. All right, everyone. This has been, this is a homecoming moment for me. I'm actually really delighted and nervous to be presenting myself to you. Many of you know my background on the San Francisco Board of Supervisors. You know the work that I've done on the San Francisco Police Commission. You know the work that I've done on fighting for health with taking it and giving it to the sugary beverage industry and to restricting the sales of flavored tobacco. We've got some real serious wins. You may not be that familiar with my work on the Board of Equalization. I still have been working in this $80 billion property tax system. And this is a system that still deals with finances, taxes, and fees. The fifth seat on the Board of Equalization is the controller. The chair of the Board of Equalization sits on the Franchise Tax Board. What I'm trying to do here is show you and connect the dots about the work that I'm doing now and the work that I'd like to do in the future. I'm coming to ask for your support as delegates and in the future as an endorsing body to endorse my candidacy to be the state controller. The state controller is a phenomenal opportunity here. This is an opportunity for us to do a couple things: change the face of leadership, ensure that we are also making a little bit of history, electing a Black woman into this position, but also electing someone that has our shared collective values across the entire state. I divested fossil fuels when I was on the retirement board. That's something I'd like to see done with CalPERS and CalSTRS. I've worked on restoring some of the wetlands out here in Bayview Hunters Point for the snowy egret. And that's important to note because you sit in the State Lands Commission as the controller. The connections that I'm trying to make is that the financial background mirrors what I did in San Francisco, mirrors with what I would like to do as the state controller. What is not so pronounced is that I represent 23 counties. I represent 10 million people. I represent and have a strong pathway forward to this role as the state controller. Also want to note that Betty Yee has asked me to run for this position. She came to me in March and said she wanted a woman and a woman of color to succeed her. Now, I also want to acknowledge the fact that she has subsequently made a dual endorsement in January as well, for whatever reasons. You'll have to ask her for those reasons. But nonetheless, SEIU has endorsed, CNA has endorsed, CFT has endorsed, our own Eleni Quinolakis has endorsed, Fiona Ma has endorsed. Many of you individuals on this body right here have endorsed. I'd love to have your support. Thank you. And thank you for that extra minute. I know you gave me some extra minutes. Public comment.
I think you're just better at this than you think you are. You got it all in there. All right. Well, we appreciate your time, colleagues.
Wait, no questions?
No. I was just you beat me to it. I was gonna say, colleagues, do we have any questions?
Come on, everybody. Ask me something. Ask me something about the conversation. Ask me about something about the environment. Ask me.
Vice Chair Lacroix has a question.
Yeah, okay. So I'll ask you about the environment and also, environment, if you want to speak on that, and also what do you see as like the biggest challenge and where you want to like immediately like sink your teeth in and like hit the ground running?
Okay, so the greatest challenge that I see right now and through my conversations with Betty, but also just reading the papers, if you were just to do a Google search, or if you're familiar with the Fiscal system, FISCAL, Fiscal, look it up. I see Lee is on her way now looking it up. It is riddled with a lot of challenges. That's the reimbursement process. That's how money is being spent. The controller has a unique function. Let me explain it to you very quickly. The treasurer brings in the revenue for the state of California. Okay, she is like accounts receivable. When money is coming in, she's investing it in a different bank. She's got different banking material relationships. She's ensuring that our bond rating is very good so that we are able to continue to sell bonds and get money for our infrastructure projects. The controller is in charge of the money that leaves the state coffers. She is paying the bills. She's making sure the state employees get paid. She's making sure that vendors get paid. She's making sure that your taxes get paid. So that is the very important function that the controller plays. Now, the controller and the treasurer, these are two fiduciary seats, financial seats, and they actually work together like a hand in a glove. We are talking about affordable housing. These two women do sit on a body that has to deal with financing. Affordable housing, we're at a crisis. And that is in a very important seat to note. Leah, what was your question again?
Just like what biggest challenge and where do you see yourself
challenges? Thank you.
First?
Yes. So the other challenge that I have identified is that making sure that we are using 21st century technology, elevating the technology platforms. There are a lot of holes and gaps. The service, the system that is in place has been piecemeal put together. It's widely reported also in the newspaper, and it's a problem. It's worked with a lot of problems. And an example of that problem of poor technology is EDD. Do you remember during the pandemic how you saw how people were not able to get their checks that they were dependent on? Well, what I'd like to do is to go in and call for a performance audit. That is a very powerful tool that she has at her disposal to go in, to dive in, and to peel back the layers to find out where there is the disconnection. So an audit will tell you many things. It will tell you where money is spent, how it is being spent, but it also will tell you where the inefficiencies are. And there's definitely inefficiencies when it comes to the employee development department. The pandemic taught us that lesson, sadly.
Well, thank you for that question, Vice Chair Lacroix, and thank you for your time, Chair Cohen. We appreciate you.
All right, Democrats.
Have a good rest of your night and best of luck.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Delegates, we will be having a vote on March 5th at 4 o'clock from 4 to 6. It's just a 2-hour window. Thank you.
Thank you again. I will now, hopefully for the final time, I feel like we've had a few false starts here tonight, but I will pass it on to our executive director to begin public comment, and we will have Vice Chair Baraka kindly keeping time. So thank you again.
Great. Thank you, Chair. If you would like to make a public comment, please use the raise hand function, which can be found at the bottom of your Zoom screen. If you are listening to this meeting via your phone, please dial *9 to enter the queue. If you encounter any difficulties, please send an email to info@sfdemocrats.org. Each speaker will have 1 minute to address the SFDCCC. I will promote folks in the order that I see hands raised. Thank you for your patience. Additionally, we had a last-minute request for translation. Treasurer Morales has agreed to provide translation, and I will now read this message in Spanish. Si desea hacer un comentario público, utilice la función de levantar la mano, que se encuentra en la parte inferior de su pantalla de Zoom. Si está escuchando esta reunión a través de su teléfono, marque *9 para ingresarse a la cola. Si encuentra alguna dificultad, envíe un correo electrónico a info@sfdemocrats.org. Cada persona tendrá 1 minuto para dirigirse al SFDCCC. Promocionaré a las personas en el orden que veo sus manos levantadas. Gracias por su paciencia. Great. And with that, I'm going to promote a few folks. And first we'll have Susan Pfeiffer, followed by David Keenan and Paulina Fayer.
Should I start?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, Moises. And I'm going to cheat right off the bat, but I'm not advocating for anything on the agenda tonight, just some information. First of all, I want to thank the Central Committee for the beautiful flowers that you delivered to my house last Thursday, and it just totally floored me. I was at a state party meeting on Zoom and just threw me. So thank you for that. That was special. Couple of updates. We're in actually special enrollment now for Cover California. I'm going to keep beating that horse because we need to get more people enrolled. And I finally broke through with Shimon Walton's office. I'm going to be on a Zoom with his staff. Again, I'm going to ask every supervisor, any of you that work for any, to please hold open enrollment events next year when we get to open enrollment, and to please let your constituents know that we're in special enrollment and there are reasons that people can still enroll. That's the passion. And we're also recruiting for new enrollment counselors if anyone's interested in doing what I'm doing. Second one is, I'm working on a voter registration project with the San Francisco School District graduation, the mass graduation at Kezar Stadium. I have added the League of Women Voters to the committee. Moises is on, and Keith are working with me, and also some of my other voter registration groups. There's some reasons for doing that. They have some budget they may share with us. And since this is nonpartisan, there is no reason not to work with them. We're working on a card similar to the one Keith has created for his project to hand out to the graduates as they go in with a QR code for, and I can see them sitting in Kezar registering to vote while they're waiting for their name to be called to go up on the stage. So we're going to have a mock-up of that coming soon. And Karima is working on that, and we'll be meeting with Moises soon on that. So that's May 30th, 31st, and June 1st. We're going to need a lot of people to help. Midterm elections, Peter's going to report on this later, but I have set up a meeting with Swing Left in the Bay Area Coalition with Speaker Pelosi's office. What they did during the Stop the Recall is all of these various groups, about 9 of them in 4 or 5 different counties, were doing one large Zoom phone bank. So they formed a coalition. And instead of what we did with Red to Blue, at least in the beginning, they're going to be doing some virtual phone banks on that. Peter's going to be on the steering committee, the coalition committee, and I'm going to be sitting in on it too, I believe. So we will be working to get people in to help make calls for House races in California, the Central Valley, also Catherine Cortez Masto in Nevada, and Mark Kelly in Arizona. And then, and Team Pelosi may add some other names as we get later into it. It's very similar to what we did with Red to Blue. And there is a chance they may open an office again. They're still talking about it. It would be after June. And then lastly, many of you may have gotten an email that Speaker Pelosi is doing one of her grassroots calls tomorrow evening. Please be on it. Barbara Lee will be her guest. And those are fascinating calls to hear what's going on. So I think that is it. If you have any questions, if not, thank you all for letting me speak tonight.
Thank you, Susan. I just want to remind folks that Susan is an associate member who has floor privileges. That's why she's allotted extra time.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask David Keenan to unmute.
Hello, this is on behalf of David Keenan and Alice Mosley. There are 2 of us who live at this computer. And we wanted to speak in favor of opposing the recall. So is this the correct time to be speaking on that issue? Okay, great. We oppose the recall, and we feel this country has the highest rate of incarceration of any country in the world. And it's about time that we do something about it. Chesa Boudin is doing something about it. One of the things is that the crime is up all over the country during this period. So we're not exceptional. In fact, crime has been going down in many areas. Another excellent thing he's done is to curb ghost guns, to curb the proliferation of guns. And he's also advocating or pursuing any criminal conduct by policemen, which they should have happened a long time ago, and improve support for victims. So I think
and also cash bail, to reform the cash bail system. So we stand behind his office 100%.
Thank you so much for your public comment. Unfortunately, your 1 minute has elapsed, but we appreciate your public comment.
Great. Now to Paulina Fayer.
Yes, hi, good evening. This is Paulina Fayer. So I dropped a comment into the chat earlier. So I'll say, I guess, just a brief version of that. First of all, honestly, I appreciate all of you. But I think, any amendment considerations, anything that we're talking about here should not be about our personal politics, but rather what the public wants. And I think the people have spoken recently when they signed, and this is mostly Democrats, signed the recall petitions, first for the school board and then for the Chesa Boudin recall. And now the school board has, in a landslide, with over 70% has prevailed. So I think, at the end of the day, I think the public has spoken, and it's wrong to send the message that Democrats as a body oppose recalls in general
That's
or
fine.
these specific recalls.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Next, I will bring up Laura Golden.
Thank you. I speak as a longtime District 1 resident, longtime Democratic activist. I am here with my almost 94-year-old mother, who is a retired judge, Martha Golden. I am here to speak against the recall of Chesa Boudin and to urge this body to oppose that recall. Chesa Boudin was democratically elected. The recall process is undemocratic. It is undemocratic because instead of allowing the body, the electorate to select a successor, we have an appointed position all of a sudden. Chesa Boudin is living up to the promises he made. He has been our DA for a short time during a horrendous time. I thank you for opposing the recall.
Next, Alita Fisher.
Hi, everyone. My name is Alita Fisher, and as president of the District 11 Democratic Club, I invoke presidential privilege in my comment time. On behalf of the District 11 Democratic Club, I urge this body to vote against the recall and commend you on behalf of our club for voting for tonight's agenda items. Our club has endorsed a no position on the recall of District Attorney Boudin. We endorsed Chesa in his race in 2019 and believe that this recall is an end run around not only our endorsement, our political process, but also the entire democratic process. The District 11 Democratic Club heard from representatives both for and against the recall of the DA during our November endorsement meeting. And we were frankly appalled by much of the racist dog whistles and rhetoric that we heard during some of the comments in favor of the recall. We felt the need to condemn that, and we still do. District 11 Democratic Club is concerned also about the huge amount of money being spent on this recall, not just the source of the election funding itself and what the city could be doing with those other dollars, but also the special interest money pouring into the campaign. So on behalf of our club, we thank you, DCCC, for the action you are taking in tonight's agenda items, and we strongly encourage you to endorse a no position on this recall. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, I'll be unmuting Rachel Rose, followed by Stephen Dowse, and then Ewan Barker Plummer.
Shall I start?
Yes, please.
As a delegate to the California Democratic Party, I am in total opposition to the bylaws amendment on recalls. It's an outrageous and hyper-partisan to ignore incompetent and dangerous behavior of elected officials simply because they are registered Democrats or did not commit a specific crime. A recall is a democratic tool designed by progressives to enable the electorate to hold elected officials accountable, and our DA is exactly who a recall is designed to remove. Our DA is an anarchist and confused about his role as a DA, believing his job is to change the duties of the office. That is not criminal justice reform or even policy reform. It's the dismantling of how our criminal justice is designed, and that is not for one man to decide. Our criminal justice system was designed to be a balance between the victim's voice and the voice of the accused, and it simply cannot function when that balance is destroyed. He's a public defender masquerading as a DA, and his behavior as such is beyond derelict, and people are suffering. Your votes tonight matter, and what you are doing tonight is a disgrace to democracy and the Democratic Party. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next is Stephen Dowse.
Good evening. I'm a San Francisco Democrat calling in opposition to the bylaws amendment on recalls and in support of the recall of District Attorney Chesa Boudin. You know, elected officials who are derelict in their duties must be held accountable, and it's for this reason that recalls are built into the democratic process. As you're all aware, last week, over 70% of voters supported the removal of all 3 school board members from office. This amendment to blindly oppose all recalls of Democrats is precipitous and antithetical to that democratic process. I urge everyone in this committee to please consider the impact this might have on the future of our democracy. Remember, fewer than 45% of SF voters selected Chesa Boudin in a ranked choice voting, and nearly 1 in 10 SF residents signed the petition to recall DA Boudin. It's evident that there are clear patterns of misconduct and mismanagement of the DA's office. DA Boudin has demonstrated a selective approach to cases. His department is willing to withhold evidence to advance a case in his favor, and he fails to fulfill the most basic of duties as DA, prosecuting criminals. You know, repeat offenders, domestic violence abusers, drug dealers in the Tenderloin, perpetrators of AAPI hate crimes. This is really hurting the communities he's intended
Thank
to
you for your comments. Next is Ewan Barker-Plummer.
Thank you and good evening. My name is Ewan Barker-Plummer. I am a Democratic youth activist and organizer. I am speaking today urging members to vote against the proposed bylaw amendments regarding recall initiatives. Just last week, around 3/4 of San Francisco voters chose to recall members of the San Francisco School Board after a long debate about their performance. Many supporters of the recall, like myself, were proud Democrats. Had this amendment been in place at the time, many Democrats like myself would not have been represented by our local party. Recalls are a democratic process designed to hold elected leaders accountable. I believe the SFDCCC should respect concerns from the tens of thousands of citizens who have signed a recall petition. The regular endorsement process should be followed like any other election because that is what a recall is, an election. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next will be Sue Englander, followed by Elliot Hellman.
I am absolutely stunned at the reliance on quick fixes. First of all, the recall is being used as a quick fix for poor losers of the election for district attorney. Now, as a progressive historian, and I mean the progressive historian at the end of the last century, the recall was intended to remove criminals, corruption, and graft. So the current effort to reform recalls is very, very proper. But I'm most disturbed that we think there's a quick fix to crime and to, handling problems of homelessness, the poor, and the mentally ill by increasing police and ignoring the agenda of the current district attorney, which I heartily supposed. No on this recall.
Time. Thank you for your comments. Next is Elliot Hellman. Please go ahead.
Hi, I live in Mission Bay, District 6, and I oppose this Republican-backed recall. Unlike most of everybody else who's spoken so far, I'm just a regular guy, and I'm one of hundreds who came out to try to get Mr. Boudin elected because we saw the promise for a change in law enforcement in San Francisco. We don't want to live in a city that continues to push out so many residents through policies favoring the rich and that displace so many of our Black and brown neighbors. Living in a city with an African-American population of less than 5%, but an African-American prison population hovering around 50% should shame all of us. Chesa began dismantling this system that traps the poor and people of color into criminal justice. We know this effort against DA Boudin, as well as the other recalls we've been plagued with, have been pushed by Republican backers with an agenda.
Thank you for your comments. Next is Cameron Galloway, followed by Michael Rupert.
Hi, my name is Cameron Galloway. I oppose the recall of Chesa Boudin. As we all know, the police union put up its website to recall the DA 2 weeks after the DA was inaugurated. There's no question that there's been a media blitz to fearmonger the public opinion. I just want to remind this body that we're not called the opportunistic Democratic Party. We are not called the fear-mongering Democratic Party. We are not called the fearful Democratic Party that reacts out of fear, not facts. Every single story I've heard criticizing the DA is insubstantial. And later on, like a couple days later, I'm just a regular Democrat, I find out that the facts actually refute all of that. This DA is doing a great reformist job. So the recall is based on no reform. It is not based on that he's not able to do his job. Our recall laws don't include, thank you so much.
Michael Rupert.
Good evening, Chair Mahogany and members of the DCCC. Good to see everyone. I'm here to state my support for the resolution opposing the recall of Chesa Boudin. Elections have consequences, and when your candidate loses, you don't try to recall them. Chesa is doing exactly what he campaigned on, and that's why I'm here to support him, and I'll ask for you to support the resolution opposing the recall. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Next, Renee Curran, followed by Brandy Markman. Renee, go ahead. We'll come back to Renee and go to Brandy.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Brandy Markman. I'm a public school parent and I live in D1. Regarding recalls,
I think I'm after that.
Renee, we're going to come back to you. Brandy, continue.
Thanks. I really couldn't have said it better than President of the Board of Supervisors, Shaman Walton. He said last week, school board recalls were driven by closet Republicans and most certainly folks with conservative values in San Francisco, even if they aren't registered Republicans. When we have recalls, they've been heavily funded. They're low turnout by design because those favor wealthy voters, and they remove the rights of us as voters to choose our elected officials. They're also very expensive at our SFUSD schools, where we're losing social workers, sped teachers, and I know as well the DA recall would be expensive. We really need that money going toward solving and preventing crime from happening. It doesn't also surprise me that some of the people here who are opposed to the, I think, very proper bylaw amendment have lost elections in the past. Thank you. Thank you for listening to my comments.
Thank you. Renee, I'm going to ask you to unmute.
Okay, so this was confusing. Please oppose the recall of Chesa Boudin. Our DA has done nothing wrong and has made progress in fulfilling his campaign promises despite the disruptive recall effort and the COVID-19 pandemic. He's followed California law, and maybe that's a problem for the billionaires funding this recall, though I'm not sure why. I received a fundraising email from them that is full of lies and twisted facts. If the truth and clarity were on their side, then there would be no need for this. Crime is up throughout this country, regardless of who is DA. It seems to be a symptom of a widening gap between the rich and poor. It's this gap that makes me feel unsafe, as well as the hateful rhetoric I'm hearing from the recall proponents and the assault on our democracy. Please reject this divisive power play. And to echo others, to refute these people who are saying that 70% of voters voted to recall the school board, that's BS. It was an abysmal turnout showing that recalls are basically voter suppression.
Paul, I'm going to ask you to unmute.
Phew.
Good evening, board members. My name is Paul Aguilar. I'm commenting to ask you to denounce this recall of Chesa. When he stood before the people of San Francisco, he said he would fight for a more fair, effective, and accountable justice system. That's what he's doing. This is clearly part of the Police Officers Association, who are notoriously known for being a good old boys network and protecting their own. Remember, they all loved Dan White. This is ploy from the Republicans also across the nation to recall school boards and any other election that they didn't win. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next, Karma Quick.
Good evening. I'm speaking to urge you to oppose the recall of Chesa Boudin, and I'm speaking in favor of him, in keeping him on as our elected DA. Chesa has indeed fulfilled his campaign promises, but all of the rise in property crime that we are seeing in the city now is largely due to the growing gap in the haves and the have-nots and the income inequality in the city. The property crime has increased, however, it is increasing across the country. Property crime rose during the tenure of the previous DA, and we did not recall George Gascon. The democratic thing to do, the lowercase d democratic thing to do, is to oppose the recall. And if we truly do not want Chesa Boudin to remain as DA, it is up to the city to elect someone else in 2 more years. But I urge you to oppose this recall. It is undemocratic, and there is absolutely no reason at this time to recall Chesa Boudin, who has kept his campaign promises. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next, Imelda Carrasco.
Hi, I'm calling as a resident from District 10. And I'm calling to oppose the recall of Chesa. During his short time in office, Chesa has already followed through on the campaign promises he got elected on. He ended a cash bail, a classist policy that in itself criminalizes poverty. He reduced the juvenile jail population by over 50%. He created an independent innocence commission to ensure that no innocent people remain wrongfully incarcerated. He also held police accountable, bringing charges against the officer who shot and killed Keita O'Neill, the first time in generations that charges have been brought against an on-duty police officer. And Chesa has done all of this while fulfilling his more important fundamental promise to increase public safety while making our criminal justice more just for all of San Franciscans. He took office in 2020. Crime in the city has decreased in almost every major category. I would also call in question the amount of bankrolled out-of-state Republican money that has already been spent to get the measure on the ballot, which was $1.4 million.
Thank you for your comments. Next, I'm going to ask a caller to unmute to speak. Their phone number ends in 4491.
Hello, I'm an elected delegate for AD 19. I'd like to state that the California Democratic Party's bylaw states that their committee shall automatically oppose the recall of any public office member registered as a Democrat, unless within 10 days from the date of qualification of the recall petition, a resolution is presented opposing that the committee either support or remain neutral on the recall. The recall of Chesa Boudin was approved November the 9th. The DCCC should have automatically followed our state Democratic Party structure. The amendment of these bylaws should have a structured timeline, avoiding any manipulation of our democratic process for the future. Amending bylaws in the middle of a recall is unacceptable. I would also finally like to state that since there are pending lawsuits against the DA's office, I urge you as members of the Democratic Party to abstain from voting. We are all Democrats. San Francisco is a democratic city.
Thank you, caller. Could we get your name for the record?
My name is Ashley Wessinger.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Not at all. Thank you very much. Bye.
Next, I'm going to ask another caller whose phone number ends in 5504 to speak, and please state your name as well for the record.
Hello. Hello, my name is Jennifer. I'm a longtime resident of District 2 and 3. I'm calling in in opposition to the bylaw amendment on recalls, and I'm calling in to support the recall of DA Chesa Boudin. The recalls are built into the democratic process. This change is out of touch with the San Francisco electorate. Some of the earlier callers said just last week, over 70% of voters supported the removal of all of the 3 school board members from the office. And I would also like to point out the voter turnout is more so than the 2019 special election. So a lot of voters are not very happy about the direction where the city is going. Competence matters. Elected officials who are derelict in their duties must be held accountable. Somebody like myself, who's Chinese and Chinese American and immigrant, I'm not very happy about where the city is going. I am a Democrat, and I've volunteered some of my time to collecting signatures.
Thank you for your comments, caller. Next on deck is Asit Panwala, followed by Regina Islas and Natalie Goulian. Asit, go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Asit Panwala. I'm a resident of San Francisco, here with my son. And we're a party of inclusion and equity. We believe Black Lives Matter. And we recognize there's racial disparity in our criminal justice system. And I'm asking you to oppose the recall because Chesa Boudin has been working on those racial disparities. He's been addressing the fact that police stop African Americans in disproportionate numbers. He's been working on collaborative courts so we can have low-level offenders go be addressed, have their needs and have other issues addressed in other ways rather than incarceration. And as a former president of the South Asian Bar Association of Northern California, I believe he's also been prosecuting Asian American hate crimes. That has also been a factor in what's going on. And I do think a lot of blame has been given to him for the fact that there's been crime in the city, but not enough credit has been given to him for the steps he's been taking to try to remedy the issues of race, criminal justice, and poverty. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next is Regina.
Regina Islas, D2, urging that the party vote in favor of the resolution to oppose this recall. As DA Boudin has kept his promises, he has centered victims, he is dedicated to restorative justice. His work has been nothing short of miraculous given the conditions imposed by COVID-19 and the POA who seem to need remedial reading tutors. I'd also like to remind my fellow citizens that 70% of the school board recall involved only a 35% turnout of eligible voters. That is not a mandate. Please oppose this recall. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next is Natalie Goulian.
Hello, everybody. Good evening. My name is Natalie Guillen. I am San Francisco native, born and raised. Low-income resident of District 7. I'm also calling for your body to oppose the recall of District Attorney Chesa Boudin. I just want to echo what everyone else has said on this call, voice to San Francisco politics that we haven't had before. So for him to remain. Thank you so much. Have a great evening.
Thank you for your comments. Next is Julie.
Yes, I'm Julie Pitta. I'm a longtime resident of District 1, the Richmond District. And I don't think I could say it better than many folks here who support the district attorney. I wholeheartedly support him. He was elected to reform a criminal justice system that has caused irreparable harm to Black and Brown communities. That work has just started and it really must continue. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Tab Buckner.
Trying to unmute.
Tab, you're currently muted.
Unmute.
There
Thank
go.
you. I'm here sitting with 4 other Democrats who are also backing me. And I strongly urge this committee to not support the recall of Chesa Boudin. Let's remember that even prior to his election, the Police Officers Association was spending hundreds of thousands of dollars to prevent his election. And there have been ongoing efforts to stymie his very courageous efforts to address police corruption and also the root causes of why people end up in jail and why we have crime to begin with. Rather than doing superficial posturing of law and order, he's willing to take the extra mile and address the deep roots and the causes of what transpires in our community. So please, let's remember that people would like to see the full term be served and support the, or to not support the recall of Chesa Boudin. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Next, I'm going to ask a caller to unmute whose phone number ends in 2390.
Hi there. Hi there.
Hey there.
My name is Maura DeRocha, and I am a lifelong Democrat, and I am calling in to oppose the bylaws amendment on recalls and in support of the recall of District Attorney Chesa Boudin. Recalls are part of the democratic process. It is our democratic right to recall anyone who is incompetent at doing their job. Do not try to change that. A DA is the top cop and is supposed to represent we, the people, victims, and the families of deceased victims. Chesa Boudin does not do this. He represents criminals. He was elected to be a district attorney and not a public defender. The Democrat Party is failing me and the people of San Francisco. It is happening more like the Republican Party. It is becoming more like the Republican Party. Why are you trying to suppress the votes of the people? The Democrats, not the Republicans of San Francisco, voted to recall 3 members of the school board. Not every recall is Republican-led effort. I don't know what is happening to our party. It is going in the wrong direction. I urge you to endorse the recall of Chesa Boudin.
Thank you for your
The people
comment.
of San Francisco do not. That was no fucking minute.
Next, I'm going to promote Jordan Davis, followed by Paul B. and Bianca. Jordan, go ahead.
Hold on 1 second. Just hold on 1 second. Hi, my name is Jordan Davis. My pronouns are she and her, and I fucking oppose this recall of Chesa Boudin, and I also support the bylaws amendments. What these pro-tough on crime assholes don't realize is DA is not fucking Batman, and he can't change what happens, but he can change what happens next. And he's doing the best he can in a bad situation. Crime is up everywhere, and actually crime is down in San Francisco, going down in San Francisco. Also, police aren't arresting people as they are practically refusing to do. The DA can't bring charges. If you can't fucking understand that, you fucking failed civics class. And I'll also say that 30 states don't even have recall, so it's not an essential part of the democratic process. I yield my time. Fuck you, cop lovers. Oh.
Thank you for your comments. Next is Paul B.
Good evening. My name is Paul. Tonight I'm calling to urge you to oppose the recall of Chesa Boudin. And I'm calling to urge you because we have evidence, as we always do, that his policies are working. We also have evidence about recalls. We can see with his recall, it was founded on the principles of demolishing and purchasing an exemption from our local judicial processes by billionaires. The founders of the campaign worked on Prop 22. But moreover, we can see from the school board recalls, where fewer people voted in the recall then voted those officials into office. That's not democratic. We know it's not democratic. And tonight, I'm calling to urge you to support Chesa Boudin. He's the right choice for our city. Criminal justice reform is making us safer. And the evidence is here and obvious and plentiful. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we have Bianca.
Hi, Bianca Von Cree, candidate for the U.S. House of Representatives in the newly created District 11. I just want to say I am honored and privileged to support my fellow progressive Chesa Boudin 100%. Seeing the homelessness that mars our streets and hearing the pro-recall proponents, it's not surprising that Republicans have rich fodder for their failed liberal state refrains. Chesa is simply forcing our so-called supermajority legislature to do their jobs and enact robust social programs to address the intergalactic void between the haves and the have-nots that is the crucible of crime in this city and the state. I've said many times in my programs, we need space launch redundancy of social programs. No single point of failure. When you send a rocket up, you don't just put one radio in, one navigation computer, you put multiple systems in to protect the whole mission. I ask you, where is the malice in this plan? Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next will be Justin Zollers, followed by Roberta Agonomides, Janice Bresler, and then Simon Timoney. Go ahead, Justin.
Thank you. Hey, I'm Justin Zollers. I'm a former 2008 elected Hillary Rodham Clinton DNC delegate. I found you're looking at the guy that founded @RecallChesa on Twitter in the year 2000. I founded it not because I'm a Republican, not because I'm a billionaire, but literally because of a homeless person died outside of my apartment in DuBose Triangle. That's why I started this movement. I know more people will die of fentanyl this year because Chesa won't prosecute drug dealers, and it's happening. We're seeing that. So that's why I started this. So at the very least, the bylaw needs to read. It's not that this is not a Republican thing. It's a Democrat thing. One thing I have to ask you all: if Chesa were to simply ignore this bylaw change, how would you feel? He ignores the law. That's how I feel. And I'm out of time.
Thank you. Next is Roberta.
Hi, my name is Roberta Economidis, and I am a lifelong Democrat. I am opposed to the amendment to your bylaw, and I'm very much in favor of the recall of Chesa Boudin. Chesa Boudin took the job of district attorney. The job of a DA, whether you like it or not, is to prosecute crime and protect the public. He is doing neither. A district attorney can prosecute crime, protect the public, and create criminal justice reform. But what Chesa's doing is not criminal justice reform. He is simply refusing to prosecute offenders, as Justin pointed out, who are dealing drugs to people. 2 people a day are dying every day in our city, and he is doing absolutely nothing. For everybody that says he's doing what he promised, ask yourself whether or not we need a framework and programs for criminal justice reform, because the answer is we do, and he has not created a single program in his tenure that's going to assist us in long-term criminal justice reform. He has failed, and he is not doing what he promised to do.
Thank you for your comments. Janice, you're next.
Hi, just very briefly, I oppose the recall. I have nothing substantive to add to all the people who've eloquently spoken about the importance of the things that Chesa is trying to do. But I will say I'm terrified by the prospect that an inpouring of money can overturn the democratic process, regardless of how you feel about what Chesa is or isn't doing. So I just wanted to add my voice. I'm heartened by all the people who are calling in to oppose the recall, and I hope this body will do so. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Next, we're going to have Simon, and then I see one more person with their hand raised, Zoe Kelman, who I'll also promote to panelist. If there's any other members who would like to provide public comment, please raise your hands. Thank you. Please go ahead, Simon.
Thank you. I wasn't expecting to speak, but nice to see everyone. My name is Simon Timoney, representing Advocates 11, our safety group out in D11. A lot of you know me. I grew up here in San Francisco working on many progressive campaigns throughout the years. Green Party, Socialist. I am here to support the recall of Chesa Boudin. It has become apparent that the person for whom I voted, Chesa Boudin, has failed us. We need an adversarial system in the DA's office. It is too lopsided right now. We've seen more OD deaths than COVID deaths and no dealer prosecutions. This is unacceptable. He is not releasing the wolves back into the marina or Pack Heights. He's bringing them back into Lakeview, my Lakeview, or the Excelsior or Bayview, okay? And I would just like to point to my idol, Matt Gonzalez, who released a article about the Board of Education recall.
Thank you for your comments. Zoe Kelman, I need to promote you to provide public comment, followed by Gloria Massajuski. Gloria, you've declined to be promoted. Next, I'm going to Gloria Massajuski, followed by Gloria Esteban. Go ahead, Gloria.
Hi, thank you. You did a great job with my name. I didn't expect to speak tonight. I'm an educator with the San Francisco Unified School District, and I'd like to speak out in support of Chesa Boudin and against the recall. Just building off of what other people had said here tonight. I voted him in. I feel like he's doing a great job at what he promised to do. And I'd like to just make that comment. And the Board of Ed recall was really sad, and it had so much money behind it. And I'm very disappointed at the way the propaganda machines worked in that. So I think it's really important to come out against recalls. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Zoe Kelman, go ahead.
Sí, ¿me escuchan?
Gloria, Gloria, vamos a darle la oportunidad a Zoe y luego te damos la oportunidad
Yes,
también.
okay. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, Zoe.
Okay. Hello. Chesa is exposing the root causes of crime. It's an inconvenient truth that income inequality and crime go hand in hand. And that's not really the job of the DA to solve. Recalls were never intended to be funded by the wealthy who benefit from the income inequality and the system that protects it. And right now, just to say that it costs over $100,000 to incarcerate an individual, and that doesn't even include the cost of the care of the children that are left behind. I think San Francisco could send a strong message to the country that our democracy cannot be bought. I'm against the recall. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Ahora sí puedo hablar.
Gloria, sí, puedes dar tu comentario. And just a reminder, Treasurer Morales will provide translation.
Okay.
So, por favor, continúa con tu comentario.
Buenas tardes a todos. Soy Gloria Esteva. Llevo 21 años trabajando con la comunidad en la misión y en San Francisco. Y creo que me opongo pues a que saquen a Chesa Boudin. ¿Por qué? Porque nosotros fuimos los que trabajamos para que fuera electo. Y sus promesas de campaña han estado cumpliéndose. Es la primera vez que tenemos un fiscal como él, democrático, que está pensando en la comunidad y que lo estamos demostrando con hechos. Y hay muchos ejemplos de lo que él ha hecho. les pido por favor, así como ustedes son un espacio democrático, no permitan que la voz del pueblo que hizo llegar a Chesa en ese lugar sea violentado. Por favor, les pido que de manera muy consciente también este partido apoye a Chesa Boudin, porque es lo justo. Y estoy hablando a nombre de los que estamos hasta abajo, de los que nunca nos han hecho justicia. Y es la primera vez que un fiscal nos hace justicia. Y yo ahorita estaría enumerando una serie de ejemplos de lo que él ha hecho. Es el primer fiscal que ha hecho algo diferente por la comunidad.
Gracias, Gloria. Treasurer Morales.
Yes, sorry, I'm like trying to write quite fast. Muchas gracias, Gloria. Voy a traducir. My name is Gloria Esteva. I have been working in the mission in San Francisco for 21 years, and I oppose the recall against Chesa Boudin. We in the community worked very hard to elect him. This is the first time that we have an attorney, a district attorney like him, who is thinking about the community. There are very many examples about what he has done for the people since he got elected. Please do not allow the voice of the people of San Francisco that elected him to be violated. This party must support Chesa Boudin in good conscience. I am speaking for the people who are closest to the grassroots. I am hoping that we're going to do justice to all of us. He is the first DA that truly listens. Sorry, I need to finish what she said. That truly listens to the community. Thank you.
Thank you, Treasurer Morales. There's one more member of the public who'd like to speak.
I'm sorry, Director Garcia, can we also interpret the instructions for how to raise hand over the phone, just in case?
Yes, sorry about that.
Thank you.
Usuario de Zoom, tienes que unmute.
Sorry, para levantar la mano, quise decir.
La mano está levantada, necesita que we'll come back. Sorry, we have more. I'll provide. I'm gonna bring another couple folks up. Sorry, Alondra Esquivel and Brenda Garcia. Oh, here we go. Usuario de Zoom, puedes continuar con tus comentarios.
Oh, can I speak now? Yeah. Okay, cool. Hi, everyone. Good evening. I'm Alondra. I'm a proud member of the Latinx Democratic Club. And
¿Cómo hago para poner la mano? Porque yo me salgo si pongo la mano.
Su mano ya está levantada, pero tal le regresamos a usted.
No sé. ¿No silencio? Yo creo que sí.
Alondra, we're going to have you go next. Usuario de Zoom, ¿puede continuar con su comentario?
I'm sorry, through the chair. Are we starting over with the time then for this?
Yes, please. Can we start over with the time once Moises goes ahead and lets the notes begin? Thank you.
¿Puede continuar con su comentario?
Compañera que tiene su mano levantada y que le habían dicho que no podía hablar todavía, puede hablar. Disculpe la confusión. ¿Sí me oye? Buenas noches, ¿me oye? No sé si quizá está en silencio. Quizá su teléfono está en silencio. Moisés, ¿cómo es que se quita el silencio?
No está en silencio, puede
Oh.
hablar, nomás no está hablando un momento.
Oh. Oh. Su teléfono quizá lo puso en silencio. Oh, ok, ahora está en silencio. Ok, ahora sí. ¿Aló? No la podemos escuchar. ¿Aló? Gracias por seguir intentando.
Okay, well,
Regresamos a usted y continuamos con Alondra Esquivel y luego regresamos a esta llamada.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. Again, good evening. I'm Alondra. I'm a proud member of the Latinx Democratic Club and SF Berniecrats, and I'm here to urge y'all to please support the resolution opposing the recall on SF District Attorney Chesa Boudin. I think definitely as Democrats, there needs to be some consistency regarding whether or not we support or oppose recalls. And I think this is definitely a step forward towards that. But yeah, thank you again for holding time.
Thank you for your comments.
Buenas noches. ¿Puede intentar de nuevo salir del silencio?
我反對背書房設施入去聯處理啲華人仇恨啊，唔啱啊，唔可以支持佢啊！我反對背書房設施入去聯處理啲華人仇恨啊，唔啱啊，唔可以支持佢啊！
I'm sorry. Is there? I don't think that there was a request made for. I'm not sure what language that might have been.
That was Toisanese, and he simply said that. They simply said that they could not support the district attorney.
Okay. Well,
That's
thank
right.
you. Thank you so much for providing that on the spot translation. And I think what this is highlighting is that we probably need to revisit how we do language translation, because I think it is really important that we have it here. Normally, we do have a process in place. It does require a few days notice so that we're able to hire interpreters. So I do want to thank Executive Director Garcia, Treasurer Morales, and also Member Lee for stepping in ad hoc to be able to do this. So appreciate everyone's patience.
Yeah, can I just say to him, 多謝晒，我哋係明白你係講乜嘢，我可以幫你I don't know, say translate.
翻譯 yeah.
翻譯，唔該晒。Quita also can help.
Thank you, members. Going to ask Joshua Choa to speak next.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. Hi, everyone. My name is Joshua Choa. I am co-chair of the Berniecrats and the co-president of Latinx Young Democrats, a student advocate and a D7 resident. I'm speaking to encourage all of you to support both Chesa Boudin and the resolution to oppose all undemocratic recalls. As I'm sure we've all heard, for years, the SFPD has used the test kits of sexual assault survivors to prosecute them in unrelated crimes. And Chesa has been one leading to help keep SFPD accountable for their immoral actions. And we have to support Chesa. Thank you all so much for your time, and please vote in support of Chesa Boudin.
Thank you. Dee Dee Hewitt, I need to promote you to provide public comment, as well as Brenda Garcia, and a phone number ending in 3041. Brenda, ¿puede dejar, dar su comentario público?
¿Aló?
Sí,
¿Sí me escucha?
sí.
Muy buenas noches a todos. Bueno, mi comentario es para apoyar a Chesa Pudín. Pues es una persona que yo siempre he apoyado para llegar al lugar donde está. Pues a mí me gustaría que él siguiera adelante y que cumpliera sus metas en lo que está lanzando para su puesto que está lanzando. Entonces, pues yo he visto que él ha sido una persona de confianza para mí y pienso que es una buena persona para el pueblo y pues me gustaría que le den la oportunidad para que él pueda seguir en su lugar.
Muchas gracias.
Um, good evening. I am here calling to support Chesa Boudin. I have supported him since the beginning to get to the place where he's at. I would like for him to accomplish his goals that he has set for his seat. He's a person that I can trust and that the people can trust as well. And I would like for him to have the opportunity to continue in the seat that he was elected. Thank you.
Dee Dee,
Okay.
you're next.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Dee Dee Hewitt. I am a D7 resident and community advocate for the last 35 years. And I am speaking in support of Chesa Boudin and not removing the process of not going through removal. So for Democratic candidates in this fashion. So I am proud of the work of Chesa Boudin, and I'd like to advocate that we do not remove him. That's it.
Thank you for your comments. I'm going to allow caller ending in 3041 to speak. Caller, go ahead.
Howdy, y'all. Howdy, y'all. This is Sandy. I'm a lifelong Democrat, and I moved to San Francisco about 5 years ago. I am shocked at what it has become in the last 5 years. This is not what I signed up for. The DA is quite simply not doing his job. He is not competent, and he's not either an attorney or a manager. He needs to go. This group should vote to support the recall. This is a moment in time when the public will determine whether they can trust the Democratic Party in San Francisco. If this group votes to put down the recall or to oppose the recall, a lot of Democrats in this city will never trust you again. Furthermore, if this group decides that they should de facto sweepingly
Thank you for your comments.
any and all recall.
Chair, should we try caller one more time?
Sure. One last time for the caller that was unable to be heard before.
Great. Usuario de Zoom, ¿puede comenzar con su comentario? Si los puede oír.
Okay, I think we might have to move on, unfortunately.
Okay. Disculpa. Vamos a continuar con la reunión. Last person I see in public comment is Lori Lederman. No one else has their hands raised. I'm going to promote them now.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, my name is Dennis Moscofian. I'm calling on Lori Lederman. Her computer, she's my wife. I'm a native San Franciscan. I just want to say something. I was in the labor movement for a very, very long time, and I served on a labor council for decades. I was the chair of the Law and Legislative Committee when in 2010 or 2011, as I would routinely do, I would check positions of various organizations at every single ballot measure, every election. And I opened up the POA's website, I believe it was 2011, and I was totally shocked. When it opened up with a full page spread of a white supremacist newsletter. And I told a few people, but I was like beyond belief. I didn't bother to pursue what position they had on anything at that point. I just want to say one thing. Chesa Boudin has got the kind of courage that I cannot imagine having. It'd be like being elected in a southern small community and being.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Chair, with that, there's no one else with their hand raised. Oh, sorry, there's two more people.
I don't know. Oh, you took it.
Go ahead, caller.
I'm not sure if that's me. Hi, my name's Norm. Oh,
Go ahead.
I'll go. Thank you so much for your stamina. It's amazing. I'm just sitting here at home able to do other things during this. So you're incredible. So many people have spoken very articulately in favor of Chesa Boudin. I don't have anything to add to that. I just want to make sure that my voice is heard and that you hear that as a Democrat, I am strongly encouraging you to oppose the recall ever. Okay, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, caller. I think I see one more person. Lanier Coles. Lanier, you can unmute. There you go.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Lanier Coles. I'm an elected delegate to the California Democratic Party representing AD 19. I'm calling to express my opposition to the bylaws amendment on the recalls, and I'm also strongly a supporter of the recall of District Attorney Chesa Boudin. To be clear, this is not a Republican-led recall. I'm a Democrat. The leaders of this coalition are Democrats. I stand by that. Chesa's outcomes are not progressive. He claims to support communities of color, but he does not fight for justice for families. Chesa is losing trust in the DA's office and believes he's above the law. There's a clear pattern of misconduct. We cannot live in a city for 2 more years where we question we are safe in our homes or walk across the street safely. That's why we can't afford to wait any longer. We must recall.
Time.
Thank you for your comments. We figured out the issue, and Gloria Esteban is going to be able to provide comment on behalf of the caller we weren't able to get to. Gloria, ¿puede continuar con su comentario?
Sí, va a hablar la señora Delfina a través de mi aparato porque ella no pudo conectarse. Hable, doña Delfina. ¿La escuchan?
No, si puede subir el volumen.
¿Ya la escuchan?
No, puede subir su volumen.
Hable fuerte.
Ok, mi nombre es Delfina, tengo 30 años de vivir aquí en San Francisco. Yo no estoy de acuerdo en que le quiten el cargo. Deben de respetar el voto. Yo estoy de acuerdo en que no le quiten el cargo, porque si el pueblo lo eligió, y nunca he visto a alguien defender junto. Yo lo elegí porque él me prometió cosas buenas. Yo no estoy de acuerdo que lo quiten por eso lo estoy haciendo. Y deben de respetar el voto que le dimos, ¿ok?
That is time.
Gracias.
Sí, Gloria, yo voy a traducir. Gracias. My name is Delfina. I have lived in San Francisco for 30 years. I am not in agreement to take away the seat that Chesa was elected to. The people elected him. I elected him because he promised us that he would do good things for our communities. I am not in agreement to take him out of the seat. I want our vote to be respected. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one more person with their hand raised, Jeff Rigo. Jeff, please go ahead and provide comment. You need to unmute.
Okay, I think I've got it. I'm just calling in to say that I'm a very strong supporter of Chesa Boudin, worked hard to get him elected, and just want to call out the obvious that this is obviously nothing but a vendetta by the POA. They've been working on this since before his election. They've been working on it throughout. It's just outrageous, and I thoroughly support you opposing the recall. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Members, there's one more person being promoted currently. Caller, go ahead. Caller, you're unmuted. Please provide your comment.
對唔住，我哋係聽到你，我哋可以幫你翻譯。Perhaps Member Lena Chen can help translate too.
係咪我啊？
Oh yeah，我哋係聽到你。
OK，我強烈反對博切斯，佢冇維護到我哋嘅利益，我強烈反對佢。OK，多謝。
多謝晒你，可唔可以俾我哋你個名？唔該。
Lily，唔該。
Oh，多謝晒 Lillian。Lillian just said that she opposes the district attorney.
That he doesn't have our values. He doesn't have our values in sight or something along that lines.
Thank you. I just promoted Kevin Ortiz to provide comment. Kevin, please go ahead.
Hey, good evening, SF Democrats. Thank you so much. Kevin Ortiz here, co-president of the San Francisco Latinx Young Democrats, and I'd like to invoke presidential privilege just to speak really quickly. I know it's been a really long night for you all, and I definitely appreciate all the work that you all are doing on such an important issue. I'm a San Francisco native, born and raised in the Mission District, and I fully oppose the recall of Chesa Boudin, and I'm asking that the SF Democratic Party do the same with their resolution. We're at a crossroads, Democrats, particularly where we're seeing major criminal justice reform for the first time ever in the history of San Francisco, where we're seeing now officers being charged for crimes, right? And we're seeing it's really an important moment. And I think it's important for our Democrats to really recognize this point in time that despite being in this time of crisis and in fear, that we are really at a crossroads to really being at the next step to seeing major reforms happening for our communities, and especially our most marginalized communities. So I ask you and I urge you to please think thoughtfully and oppose this recall full force. Oppose all recalls. We can't say that we oppose the recall of Governor Newsom and then support other recalls when it's convenient, especially when we're starting to see large amounts of money just coming in and just dumping into our processes, when it shows that you could raise $1.5 million and buy an election. That's not democratic by any means. That's big corporate money. And we need to oppose that in all fashions and all forms. So I thank you all for your time and continue the good work, you all.
Thank you for your comments. Chair, there are no more hands raised.
Well, thank you again, Executive Director Garcia, for fielding that. And thank you again to all the members who helped with translation, and of course for the public for sharing your thoughts with us, and for using our public comment to make sure that your voice is heard. We really appreciate that. And also thank you, members, for sticking with us. I know that this has been a long meeting and it is not over yet. So appreciate your tenacity and endurance through this process as well. I do know that next we have on the agenda, we actually have reports, but I would move that if there are no pressing announcements, that we table the reports until our next meeting. Member Thomas.
So moved to table reports.
Thank you, Julia. Thank you. Who is it that seconded?
Second.
Vice Chair Lacroix.
Vice Chair Lacroix, thank you for that second. Can we do this by acclamation? All those in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. The motion passes. We will table the officer reports until our next meeting. Up next on our agenda is item number 11, which is the amendment of the SF-DCCC bylaws on recalls. I do want to clarify for people, I think that there has either been some misinformation or some loss in translation, that the bylaws that we are considering today are not a blanket statement opposing all recalls. The DCCC is aiming to bring its bylaws in conjunction or to better reflect those of the state party in establishing a default recommendation, and that is to oppose recalls. However, through this process, there is a very clear process in which a recall can be supported and or the DCCC can take a position, can take no position in the event of a recall. However, again, looking at the state party's bylaws and also the bylaws of other similar large Democratic county central committees across the state, we did establish or are suggesting that we include language that one provides a recommendation, a default recommendation of opposing bylaws or opposing recalls. And number two, outlines a process in which this takes place and affirms that position. This process would keep, would place the Issues Committee and Endorsement Committee in a position where they would work together to hold a process, to conduct interviews and conduct an evaluation of a recall that has been put on the ballot, and then to provide a recommendation via resolution to either support or to oppose the recall. If the resolution is to support the recall, there are some qualifications, which is that the candidate in question must in fact have committed a gross abuse of their powers or committed criminal behavior warranting a recall. So again, this is not a blanket statement saying that we will oppose all recalls. And in fact, it doesn't name, I know that some folks said that, this is not just a Republican recall, that this is Democrats that are putting it on the ballot. There is no mention of Republicans in this language. We are specifically making sure that we are clarifying the way in which we endorse in recalls. We are also acknowledging that recalls are a special circumstance and that they should not be used simply as a way of recalling candidates who we may just have a policy disagreement about, because specifically these candidates have been duly elected in a regular election by a majority of the voters. And the way that our current recall process is written, a very small minority can in fact call a recall. And then we also know that those recalls, when they are voted on by a fraction of the population that would vote in a normal, regularly scheduled election. So we wanted to make sure that we were taking special care. We did research, looked across the state to find examples of other county central committees that were similar to ours. And we looked to the state party in crafting these bylaws. I do want to open this up to conversation because I think it's important that we discuss this. Again, if this is something that needs a little bit more time before we vote on this, I am not opposed to that. I think that we should have a robust conversation around this. I will just note that we have, again, spoken about this for the last 2 months in committee where we have had robust conversations, and anyone on this body is able to participate in those conversations. I know that many members here today were a part of those conversations, including, you, Member Tung, and I think your feedback was taken into consideration and reflected in some of this language. And so I just would say that, again, we are open to having this conversation here, but to be clear, this is not preventing this body from, in the future, endorsing a recall. It is completely possible through these bylaws. So with that, I do see we have Member Thomas on stack.
Thank you, Chair Mahogany. I was going to motion to adopt the proposed bylaws so that we could then have a second in debate, but I know that you may have, is that
yes,
something you're taking?
That's
okay. Motion to adopt the proposed bylaw amendments regarding recall initiatives.
All right. Is there a second?
Second.
Or thank you, Member Baraka. Member Tung.
Thank you, Chair Mahogany. I appreciate the thoughtfulness with which the bylaws committee has acted, and also the way the chair has presented this question for our body. I do feel that the point that Treasurer Morales brought up earlier about changes to the bylaws not being in effect for this meeting, but prospectively, considering that we've already begun the endorsement process for the recalls with the interviews, that perhaps the question around the bylaws amendments, I mean, I've been intimately a part of it, but I do see how it can be confusing for someone who's even having read it with a 10-day notice, because there's been no discussion about it. And so, I think that if there was a recall vote to move forward tonight, that perhaps we adopt Treasurer Morales's suggestion that we use the existing bylaws and then have a more full and considered discussion regarding the bylaws changes. I mean, I understand that the chair is hoping to move forward with these in order to meet some timelines related to the the Department of Election timelines, and I understand that. But I do think that when we are considering something as significant and far-reaching into the future as the bylaws that we have, that we do take due care and consideration in how we put that forward and making sure that all of the members understand what's going on so that we can have a full discussion about it. So to the extent that the chair would be willing to consider it as well, I don't know exactly what the mechanism would be, except to make a substitute motion that we proceed under the existing bylaws with respect to having a vote on the recall that we had endorsement interviews for on Saturday.
Thank you so much for that thoughtful comment, Member Tung. I do appreciate it. Again, I will just state that my goal is not to rush anything. And so if we do need to have more process around this, we can continue the bylaw amendment to another date. But I want to make sure that everyone's voices are heard. So I will move on to Vice Chair Lacroix.
Point of order, there is a substitute motion on the table. Can we ensure that there is a second for that if that's the case?
Second, Loftus.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Lacroix. You're muted. I'm so sorry. You're muted.
No worries. I was just going to say that. So I just want to first off say that like I am in opposition to this particular recall, but I do have some like just like reading the language. I'm still a little on the fence about how we are going forward with bylaws amendments. And there's still some things that I'd like to see like cleaned and refined moving forward, because this, bylaws change it's not only for this body, but it impacts future versions and future compositions of our DCCC. And I just want to make sure that we're not, tying our hands too much for the future. And so I would just like to make, I know there's a few other hands raised, but I'd just like to make a motion to table this, not table this item, sorry, refer this item back to committee to just like spend more time really thinking through the language and really, continuing the discussion so that, we can put forward a bylaws amendment that, everyone is comfortable with, or at least, and that we can, go forward as a group. And I hope that there's a second and we can continue this conversation where we can have more time to like go into Google Docs and really like work this thing through. But so that's my motion.
I'll second.
So Parliamentarian Lacroix or someone, my understanding is that there can be 2 substitute motions on the table and no more. Is that correct? Can someone correct me on this?
Sorry, switching hats for a second. Yes, so as soon as there are 3 motions on the table, you'll have to take them in order of it being made and work your way back down until it's cleared again. And yeah.
Thank you, Parliamentarian.
To clarify, does that mean there can be no more comment on this item, or does there have to be a vote, or can we continue with comment?
There can be comment and discussion on the item, the motions made, but there can't be like any more motions until these are taken.
I see. All right, thank you for that clarification. Next on the roster is Member Thomas.
Thank you, Chair Mahogany. I wanted to just kind of speak to some of the process for folks, whether or not we decide on the bylaws tonight. I feel like it's appropriate to kind of talk about it. I want to say I really appreciate the leadership that Chair Mahogany has put into this and all the members of the committee. It was a lot of work, especially actually I want to start with our Executive Director, Moises, did a ton of research, prepared memos, and letting us know how Democratic central committees across the state handle recalls, the state party. So there was a lot of work put into this. Generally speaking, Democratic parties are opposed to the recalls of Democrats. That'll come as no surprise to anyone. Where we've really put a stamp of our values on this is what we think the purpose of a recall should be. And I really can't endorse that enough, which is that recalls are for when an elected official has a gross abuse of the powers of their office or has committed criminal behavior that it warrants a recall, and that it is not some performance evaluation that can be just thrown out if you have enough signatures or money to redo an election that you're unhappy with. And we saw that at the state level over the last year, and this entire Central Committee was in unanimous support against the abuse of the recall process. And we have seen it done at the local level in much the same way, throwing money at this thing until it shows up on the ballot. And so we looked at how the state party ran dealing with the recalls of Democrats. We looked at how some of the other counties did, and then we ascribed our values of saying what is an appropriate use of the recall. And as one of the public comment folks mentioned, recalls are not ubiquitous. There are plenty of states and counties that don't have recall language available to even have. You decided at the election, and if the criminal justice process involved, the cops will arrest the elected official. So there should be, in our view, there should be a recall process. But what is the standard? And we think that as leaders, as thought leaders in San Francisco, kind of reaching out to the rest of the country and the rest of the state, we believe this is the standard for a recall. If you want to undo an election, then there better be a darn good reason for it. And gross abuse of the powers of the office and criminal behavior warranting a recall is the appropriate measure. And I do appreciate the work also of Vice Chair Lovett and the Issues and Resolutions Committee in bringing forward a really well thought out resolution as well, and buttoning up our process to make sure that we're following the right order in terms of our bylaws, our processes and procedures, and that we'd be able to act on that. So I speak on behalf of the bylaws. I think that they are ready to go, but I totally empathize with folks who want a little more time to think on it. And I fully support, obviously, the resolution that's coming later.
Thank you, Member Thomas. Member Chen.
Thank you. I think the confusion that a lot of people has been seeing is in the first statement is that it's just to default to oppose any recalls. And I think that makes Democrats feel a little bit unsettling. And then saying, because it seems like we're just going to let all recalls go unopposed. No, to oppose all recalls regardless of whatever happens. So I think it's not until like point number 3 where it's like, oh, we're going to have to write another resolution to affirm that. And I think some language can be fixed to be more clarifying for folks, because that's what I got confused on when I was reading it. I think something else that I would like to see in this is that if like just members in general, it doesn't have to be majority from the issue and endorsement committee or the executive committee to be able to push forward a resolution to be neutral or in support of a recall, because I feel like we're placed on this body for a reason and that we should all have a voice in it, if it's for or against or whatever it is, because I feel like our position is to let the people be heard. So regardless of what it is, I think that we need to add some more things to it. So I would support this going back to committee to fix up some language to be more inclusive. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Chen. I appreciate those comments. I will. I do just want to note that ballot measures recommendations have always been a part of the Issues and Resolutions Committee. They have always provided that recommendation. So that part is actually in keeping with our current bylaws. But that doesn't mean that we can't maybe revisit that going forward. So, but I did want to just clarify that. So thank you for those comments. Member Lovett or Vice Chair Lovett.
And on that point, I'm actually pulling up our current policies and procedures. And I think it helps us to know if we do proceed forward without making any bylaws changes, but we get on to an endorsement potentially, that it's in Article 7, Section 6, and it says the Issues Committee reviews all local propositions and makes recommendations to the SFDCCC. This is all going to sound familiar. Representatives of the various propositions are invited to make presentations and answer questions. That happened on Saturday, the 19th. The time allowed will depend on the number of speakers. Initiatives are then acted upon by vote of the SFDCCC. Members' votes are recorded, referred to the bylaws for the voting. So we can follow this process. And I think to Member Tung's point, if we wanted to move forward without voting on the bylaws or having those changes move forward, then we have a process in place, because we have a strange system where the recalls are ballot measures, right, locally. And I want to say too that I appreciate the collaboration in this whole process with Issues and Resolutions Committee and endorsements, and also with the Bylaws Committee, where the meetings have been open. And I attended both those meetings so far. I thought that was a really good debate and that we saw all sides of this. I had concerns at various points as well around, how we would frame the language so that moving forward, there's clarity for future members, but that we also support a process that is truly fair and democratic to all concerned.
Thank you, Vice Chair Levitt. Mr. Walker.
Thanks so much. And, I think I'm just saying this as, someone who's proxying for someone who, just to be frank, would vote, is going to vote to oppose the recall for the vote later today. But I just feel like, that there needs to be a distinction made between a recall maybe that has not yet qualified versus one that has, because in San Francisco, our recalls are ballot measures. And so we had A, B, and C on our ballot earlier this month. And so I feel like that we should have a broader discussion on the bylaws. And actually, I'm learning tonight that this is something that the state party and other parties do. And I'm glad that, I'm learning that, and in all my time I've been involved with the Democratic Party. So again, I feel like that a bylaws discussion that may not be able to kind of be wrapped up neatly tonight, shouldn't stand in the way of endorsing a ballot measure. And then I think that, I'm curious what people who are more versed in bylaws and parliamentary procedure would think, but maybe how about a bylaw that if we wanted to oppose a recall before it qualified for the ballot, let's say, or before it was whatever, then that would be another process where there would be a resolution versus endorsing yes or no on a ballot measure that would be a recall.
Thank you for those comments, Mr. Walker. Vice Chair Galata.
Thanks, Chair Mahogany. I just had a point of, in clarification. I think this has been said, but I just think it's important to be clear around the process. So for item number 12 on the agenda, if we move forward, if we refer bylaws back to committee tonight and we proceed with the next item on the agenda, that will be we will follow the current bylaws process for endorsements, and our position will be clear tonight after that vote on where the party stands and on this ballot measure.
That is correct.
Correct. Okay. Thank you. And I just also want to briefly just thank the members that have been active on the bylaws committee on this, and Vice Chair Levitt on the Issues and Resolutions Committee. I think a lot of good thinking has gone into this. I also share some concerns around just some of the language. And I think we do have a strong, efficient process for how we handle endorsements and particularly ballot measures. And Vice Chair Levitt just outlined some of the existing process which we are following in this case. And so I think there's an opportunity for us to look at, I think we do need to enshrine specific language around how we manage recalls into our bylaws to be clear, because I think there has been a question around how do we respond to and handle recalls as a body. So I do think that's important. I do think we have some good existing process. I do think the proposals, the proposed language, I recognize that it follows other county committees and the state party, but I think we can look at maybe marrying the two or figuring out just how we can make the process clear. I think clarity is important, and I think also inclusivity. I agree with Member Chen's comments just around who can bring forward a resolution at this body. That's always been something that has been open to all members, and I think that's important for us moving forward. So just thank you to the work that's been done, and look forward to participating in further discussion on this tonight and in the future.
Thank you, Member Galata. Member Thomas.
I've spoken once, so I think I can defer to Member Berry.
Oh, thank you. Member Berry.
Thank you, Chair Mahogany. I would like to say that I'm worked along with the bylaws committee on these bylaws, and I don't want to give any appearance that any bylaw changes or amendments are due to the endorsement procedure we're going to have later on tonight. I understand that thought. And I also want to say that I'm thankful to Member Thomas for basically starting with the template where we all had input, including Member Tung, Vice Chair Lovett, who else was there? Well, of course, the chair, she did a great job. And Member Galata had some input, and Member Morales. So
And Lacroix as well, I think.
Right on. So I just wanted to say that people are welcome. I mean, members are welcome to participate in the process. And I'm not opposed to sending it back to committee, because I am kind of confused by the process myself. I don't think anybody could deem themselves an expert on recalls. This has been recall marathon. And I just wanted to say I'm not opposed to sending it back to committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Berry. And again, thank you to Member Berry and Ibanez also, because I know that the endorsements committee also worked on this process. So thank you for your labor. Member Thomas, is it all right if I go to Member Lee and then to you? Okay, Member Lee.
My comment is really brief. I really appreciate everyone who has taken a leadership role in developing bylaws amendments, the openness of really slowing down, taking our time, recognizing that while there have been bylaw or recall elections recently and currently on the table, that these bylaw amendments they're not like diamonds, they live forever, right? Whatever. So I would say, let's call the question. I think we've got some motions on the table. I would also say that there could potentially be consolidation of the two substitute motions. So I would ask the makers of the motions to consider some form of consolidation of referring back to committee and to continue this conversation to another time.
Thank you, Member Lee. Let's go to Member Thomas, and then we'll go to Member Tung, just because they've both already spoken.
Thank you. I just wanted to state briefly that the language sort of beginning from a default position of being opposed to recalls of Democrats is drawn from not only the state party, but other Democratic parties across the country. But one of the issues or challenges that came up in our research was that they will often put a default position opposed and then maybe set a timer or have some sort of loose sort of when that becomes official. And we wanted to have an affirmative process. Member Tung brought that up, that it wouldn't be something that we just assume we're opposed to it immediately and campaigns can run out and say we're opposed before we've even had a chance. So we needed to have some sort of deliberative process that we affirm that we're opposed to it before they're allowed to put us on their lit and things like that, or make claims about our opposition. And so that's why the bylaws are a little more contemplative, and there's a process laid out afterwards from that position. And then the second thing about all members having a voice, that plays into our existing bylaws, which is that all members of this body are members of the Issues Committee. We are all allowed to dedicate our time to go to that Issues Committee, and we have a voice there. We can argue, debate, make motions, and participate in that committee. And that is, and our bylaws dictate that that's the committee where this sort of discussion and all is supposed to happen. So we would love to have everybody at the Issues Committee meetings, and that's where a lot of the recommendations on other resolutions and ballot measures and things like that come out of. So we drafted it this way to make it comport with our existing bylaw structure. But I really want to thank Chair Lovett, Vice Chair Lovett, for the way that the resolution is drafted, because it would work with our existing rule structure and under the proposed new rules as well.
Thank you for that clarification, Member Thomas. Member Tong. Oh, you're muted.
Sorry, with respect to Secretary Lee's suggestion that the substitute motions be consolidated, I don't have an issue with that. I would accept Vice Chair Lacroix's motion and maybe reword it this way so that the substitute motion then would be that we proceed with the existing bylaws with respect to endorsement as to the district attorney recall for this evening, and then also refer the proposed amendments to the bylaws back to the bylaws committee for consideration. I would also like to add that if item number 13 is to go in concert with item number 11, that also be referred back to the Issues and Resolutions Committee and the Endorsements Committee.
Absolutely. I appreciate that. Well, and then Vice Chair Lacroix, are you amenable?
Jump the other hands raised, but I accept Member Tung's consolidation of our motions.
Point of information, I might have misheard. Was that now including that item 13 is being referred back as well?
Yes, I think, and I stated this at the beginning of the meeting, but because item 13 is related to those bylaws, right? It was introduced sort of in conjunction with that. It makes sense that it would be also continued, and we would have just the normal endorsement vote. Are there any?
Need to be seconded, or is the?
Well, you already have a second. I think
Okay.
you just. Yeah, I don't think we have to do that again.
Thank you.
I will go to. Well, Vice Chair Levitt, is there something you wanted to clarify? Otherwise, I'll go to Vice Chair.
Yes,
first.
to clarify, so the resolution would go in tandem with the endorsement vote, not per se with the bylaws. It is adaptable to the current or the new bylaws.
Oh, yes, that is a good point. Thank you for clarifying that.
And
I do think that. So I'm going to let Vice Chair Baraka go, and then I'll provide comment on that. Vice Chair Baraka, thanks for waiting so patiently.
Problem. I just wanted to go on record and say that I'm not interested in delaying this process. I think that the committees have worked hard on crafting this language. We were given ample time to review it. I think that we could reach out to members of the committee if we had clarifying questions. I'm not interested in kicking this down the road. I want to vote on this, and I'd like to move forward, and that is all.
Thank you, Vice Chair Baraka. I think Vice Chair Lovett does bring up a good point in which if we already endorsed them, there's no point into bringing back this resolution again. That being said, I also want to clarify that the reason that we chose to have resolutions instead of just a plain recommendation to this body as a part of this process is because we wanted to really outline why we were making the recommendation that we did. And a resolution provided us an opportunity to put something on the record stating what we have observed, what we have discussed, and what we will potentially be voting on. And so that I think is what the resolution is meant to do. I will say that it is a bit duplicative if we're going through our normal process that is not the new bylaws. And so I think I would feel fine tabling it, even though it is a really great, well-written resolution. And I want to acknowledge that. I do think it might be just simpler to move forward with the regular item number 12 or 13, whatever it is, for the recall vote. So That is all I would like to say. Next, we have Member Morales.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted for the record to state a couple of things. One is, yes, agree with all of the work that everybody, like with how important and appreciative I am about all of the work that was done by the committee that is presenting this bylaw changes. I really think that they're really good. I did mention earlier in the meeting that I have some questions and concerns around some of the language, particularly around what criminal behavior might mean, since it could be very broad. That's one piece I would like to discuss. And I like the motions to take it back to committee, because I would like to discuss that more in committee and look for a solution that that might address some of the concerns. And that I think that it doesn't delay the process to move that back. I think it is important to have kind of very, very solid bylaws that are not going to be just changed around every year. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Morales. Member Thomas, and then Member Lacroix.
Thank you, Member Mahogany. I wanted to just mention that a point of order. I don't believe either Member Lacroix or Member Tung's motions involved tabling or even addressed item 13. So even combining them into one would still only be limited to applying to item 11, the amendment, which of course I'm opposed to. I believe we can vote on this at this time, but I believe that item 13 would not be included in a mingling of their two item motions.
Thank you, Member Thomas. I can clarify this. My understanding is that Member Tung had made friendly amendments to Member Lacroix's substitute motion, and that friendly amendment included the tabling of item number 13 if this substitute motion for item 11 were to pass. I would also say that going back to something that Vice Chair Lacroix had said earlier, tabling an item is really at the discretion of the chair anyway. I think, Chair, you have made your position clear.
Thank you. Thank you for that clarification, Recording Secretary Lee. Vice Chair Lacroix.
Yes, I just also wanted to point out that one of the things that were brought, I don't mean to speak to item 13, but like one of the things that were mentioned in the resolve clause, or the things that we have all been talking about, is like our ability to do ballot arguments. And I think with a clean endorsement vote, and if it is approved, our body in the past has been able to go forward with ballot arguments with just a clean endorsement vote. And so I don't believe that it is wholly necessary to have the resolution in order to, if that is the goal, in order to do that, we can move forward with ballot arguments and such with a clean endorsement vote. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lacroix. Member Ibanez.
Thank you so much. I guess it's point of clarification. If can someone state what is it that we're going to be voting? I want to make sure that I clearly understand what that is.
I think Member Lee, can you please read the question, the call to question, or what we're voting on?
For sure. So the substitute motion on the table that was made by Member Lacroix and seconded by Member Galata is to table item 11 and refer this issue of bylaws amendment back to the issues and resolutions and the endorsements committees, and to use the existing bylaws for taking a position on item 12, and that if item 11 were to be successful, then that item 13 would also be either tabled or referred back to committee, as well as there is no longer a need for that resolution. Was that correct, members Tung and Lacroix?
I think that if item number 11 is voted on to be referred back to committee, then 13 would also be tabled or referred back to committee.
Yes, okay, yes, to clarify, that's right.
Okay, well, thank you. Thank you again. That's what we will be voting on. And we have two motions on the table, I believe. The original motion made by Member Thomas and the combined motions of Member Tung and Vice Chair Lacroix. So we will take that in the order that they were made, and Member Thomas's proposal was to adopt the bylaws.
Parliamentarian hat on, you would take the last motion first, and then if that fails, then you would go to the original first motion.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. Thank you. All right. Well, then we will go to the combined motion of Members Tung and Vice Chair Lacroix.
So again, this is to table item 11. And if you vote yes and this motion passes, this would also table item 13 and refer both back to the Issues and Resolutions and the Endorsements Committee. And then for positions on recall elections, which would apply to item 12, we use the existing bylaws as they stand. So your vote can be yes, no, or abstain, or if you'd like to pass, I'll come back to you. All right, Member Avalos.
Yes.
Member Baraka.
No.
That was a no. Thank you. Member Barry.
Yes.
Member Campos.
Yes.
Member Chen.
Yes.
Member Galata.
Yes.
Member Haney.
Abstain.
Member Ibanez. Member Ibanez. Member Ibanez.
Yes.
Thank you. I don't know if Member Kim is here.
I am. Yes.
Great. Member Lacroix.
Yes.
Member Lee, yes. Member Loftus.
Yes.
Member Lovett.
Yes.
Member Mahogany, Chair Mahogany.
Yes.
Member Mar.
Yes.
Member Morales.
Yes.
Member Raju.
No.
Member Ronan.
Yes.
Member Thomas.
No.
Member Tung.
Yes.
Member Williams.
Yes.
Member Kunalakis.
Abstain.
Member Ma.
Yes.
Member Cohen.
Yes.
Member Ting.
Yes.
Thank you so much. There are 20 yes, 3 no, and 2 abstentions. This motion carries.
All right. Thank you very much, Recording Secretary Lee, and thank you, everyone. So just to be clear, we are tabling item number 11 as well as, oh, I'm sorry, we are sending item number 11 back to committee along with item number tabling number 13. Thank you very much. We will now move on to item number 12, which is the endorsement of ballot measure for the June 7th, 2022 election, the recall of District Attorney Chesa Boudin. This is the purview of the Issues and Resolutions Committee, so I will turn it over briefly to Vice Chair Levitt.
So in the process of calling that interview meeting with both sides, we really had a chance for both our members who attended and for the public to think deeply about these issues around what is justice and what is criminal justice. So I know we're tabling the resolution, but I think the sentiment there really stands because we have to get behind the political conflict and to those essential questions. Because when we're talking about criminal justice, it often involves violence. Who commits it and how should they atone for it? So we can ask the same question when the perpetrator is the system itself. The criminal justice system is often criminally unjust to the poor and to BIPOC communities. And that's the script that progressive district attorneys have been trying to flip around the country, because when you have systemic violence, it sets the stage for more violence. And the resolution, which we're not going to take up, really does look at DA Chesa Boudin's accomplishments around ending cash bail, reducing juvenile detention by 2/3, creating housing for victims of domestic violence, also hiring several more victim advocates who speak Chinese, who can provide culturally competent support. And from the February 19th interviews, what we heard from the pro-recall campaign was that DA Boudin obstructs the wheels of justice, and in the words of the former prosecutor who spoke for the recall side, she said that he has abused the collaborative courts to take offenders off the punitive track. We know where this track leads, and it leads to the terrible disparities in the system that incarcerates Black men at 10 times the rate of white men. And the members who spoke about gang enhancements, well, these are used to amplify the disparities. And when I was in my last year working at City College, I counseled an older Black student who had been in prison for many, many years. And I wondered, how could this person have gotten to a better place, holding down a job, an apartment, going back to school, looking for a partner, if they had spent way fewer of those years behind bars? It's probably a lot to ask the district attorney to fix all of society's wrongs, right? And he has a role fundamentally also of prosecuting. And putting people in jail doesn't just solve all the problems, but he can work in a system to dismantle the violence within by taking punishment off steroids while convicting within reason. And the voters said so in 2019. I often don't share a personal story, but I have a family member who was incarcerated for 15 years. This was during the whole war on drugs. I have so much respect for my family who had to grow up without their dad. And this is something that it may be personal or not personal, but it's a matter of justice. And this is a reason why I think we work so hard to try to make sure that the most vulnerable are given a fair shot, right, in this society. And people deserve second chances. And I think of the late Thich Nhat Hanh. There was a poem he wrote, and I can't quote it too well. But he says, I am the pirate, I am the perpetrator. When we take on that bigger heart, we understand that under certain conditions, we could all be pushed in ways that would, violate the law. But how are we supported to be the people that we can become? And that doesn't excuse, there should be consequences, of course, when people are tried and they have been found guilty. At the same time, what is mercy when down the line you have generations, you have young people who grow up without their fathers, who grow up without the chance to give people the second chance, right? So this is something that we're voting on, not just about DA Chesa Boudin, but about a system. And I invite the other committee member, Vice Chair Galata, to speak, also endorsements committee members, Abanias and Barry, and anybody else who'd like to speak.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair Levitt, for opening that up as the chair of the Issues and Resolutions Committee. I believe we will need a motion in order to open it up for discussion. And also, there is usually a recommendation that is provided by the Issues and Resolutions Committee. And so perhaps, in order for us to open it up for discussion, you can provide a motion, whether either to support or oppose the recall, and then we can have a second and open it up for discussion.
So I motion that our body opposes this recall and would like to open this up.
Second.
Thank you. It has been motioned and seconded. Colleagues, is there anyone who would like to add comment? Member Chen.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. I think we're all here today because we care about San Francisco and we want to see our communities working together in a society that is safe, equitable, and inclusive of all. The current recall for CHESA should serve as a wake-up call for all San Francisco that our system is broken and that everyone needs to take responsibility for the part they play in the system, not only the DA's office. Our Chinese community doesn't feel safe and we won't stay silent anymore. We can do better and we need to do better. We currently live in a society where we used to instant gratification. If we want something, we could get it instantly, like Ubers, Lyfts, anything you think about. But think about the habit or skill that you developed. You didn't develop it overnight. What we've forgotten is that change takes months, years, and sometimes generation for it to happen. CHESA was elected to make change to our criminal justice system, and that will take time. We've just gotten to a point where the city recognizes that racial equity is a big issue, and we're working on that to advance in order to advance our city for the better. All these issues are interconnected. I'm not opposing the recall to protect CHESA. I'm opposing the recall to fix our broken system to ensure that San Francisco becomes a safe and equitable and inclusive space for all. Thanks.
Thank you, Member Chen. Member Ronan.
Thank you, Chair Mahogany. Chesa Bodine is part of a national movement among progressive prosecutors who recognize that the criminal justice system in the United States is broken. It's a broken system that over-incarcerates individuals, that is racialized, that gives longer jail sentences to people based on the color of their skin, not based on the type of crime that they commit. But the criminal justice system is part of a larger system in the United States that is failing. We have record inequality levels. We have the upper 1% getting richer every day as the rest of the people in the United States either continue to struggle to meet their basic needs or don't see their income rising along with the inflation. And there is only so much one individual prosecutor can do to reform a fundamentally broken system. And those of us that are leaders today in San Francisco are dealing with, quite frankly, chaos in the streets. After COVID, after a year where we had to basically stop all of the work that we were doing to address a worldwide pandemic and people dying because of getting a disease, a virus, we are in a worse situation than we've been in a long time. All you have to do is look what's happening in the Tenderloin, look what's happening in the Mission District on the streets today, and you can feel and you can see that chaos. And San Franciscans are angry, and rightfully so, because things aren't going well at the moment in San Francisco. But what those of us who understand that these problems are rooted in deep root cause problems of economic and racial injustice, of economic inequality, that are trying to address the problems at the roots, must also make life better every day for San Franciscans. We must balance out dealing with the symptoms of this inequality and make changes that San Franciscans can see and feel, with not blaming the victims of this inequality and addressing those root causes. And it is a balance and a struggle that those of us who are trying to make change every single day are toiling with hour by hour. And Chesa Boudin is part of that struggle. How do you address these fundamental inequalities, these fundamental problems with our criminal justice system, while dealing with the fact that people are committing crimes every day and need to be held accountable for those crimes. And I just think that we have to look at him and his work and the results of his office within this broader context. I am married to a public defender who thinks he's prosecuting way too much and criticizing from the left. I am dealing with my constituents in the Mission who haven't seen a police officer do their job in the street for years and are clamoring for police to actually do something. I mean, we're in crisis in the city, and it's incumbent upon all of us, instead of trying to take each other down with these brutal attacks and not give each other the benefit of the doubt, to start working together and to start having common sense change that both addresses the crisis on our streets every single day and addresses the long-term fundamental changes that are needed in this fundamentally unequal capitalist system that we all live under. And so I, of course, no big surprise, am 100% opposed to this recall. But more importantly, I think that we just need to change the dialogue in the city, and instead of attacking one another constantly, admit that we have deep problems that are real, that people are right to be angry about, and that we can't just say we're going to put all those problems aside for some, time in the future when we reach utopia. No, we need to deal with the practical problems in the street today, and we need to address root cause problems. And I think the DA is doing a good job. And I think we will benefit as a city when we stop attacking one another and we start working together on doing those two incredibly different tasks, or incredibly difficult tasks at the same time. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Ronan. Member Baraka.
Thank you, Chair. I think, as most people would probably guess, this is a really important issue to me, and I'm not one to really bloviate a great deal about things. This is one subject that I could talk a long time on, but I won't. I first like to thank all the members of the public who came out and gave excellent testimony on why they oppose or don't oppose the recall. I happen to identify with those who opposed the recall, and particularly Ms. Carrasco, Mr. Padwala, and Ms. Bessler. Thank you for your comments tonight, as well as Paul B. I associate myself with your comment. And thank you, Member Lovett, for your excellent description of the situation that we have now. And to a great extent, both members, Chen and Ronan. I think for me, it comes down to this. San Francisco, are we going to believe in criminal justice reform, or aren't we? Are we going to believe in criminal justice reform, or aren't we? I hope it's the former, and I trust and encourage members to oppose this Republican recall and look at the folks who donated to this recall and understand that we might not put it in our official language, but that is the reality of the matter. We have to allow our DA to execute the policies we voted him into office for. So again, please oppose this recall. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Baraka. Member Berry.
Thank you, Chair Mahogany. Members, in the spirit of Black History Month, on this day, February 23rd, 2020, Ahmaud Arbery a 25-year-old Black man is shot and killed by a white man in Glenn County, Georgia, who is not arrested until the failure to bring charges sparks nationwide protests. The DA there had charges filed against her because of her obstruction of justice. It's ironic that this day is the same day this happened. I never supported a district attorney in my life. I felt they were all just trying to get trophies for all their convictions. I was here in San Francisco during the mass incarceration in the 80s and the 90s. I worked at San Quentin Prison for 8 years, including death row, where there's some innocent men sitting. It's just the system of, or the process of lock people up hasn't solved a thing. It hasn't solved a thing. And I'm supporting District Attorney Boudin because he kept his promise. In my lifetime, I was born here in San Francisco in '69. I don't recall an officer being charged for killing anybody. I used to sit in my window, see officers beating up people all the time, just right outside my window. Black men, gay men, you name it. I remember officers taking Black men to Golden Gate Park first before going to jail, rough them up, beat them up real bad, and then book them. I was here for all of that. And like I say, we finally have a district attorney who has the guts to charge officers. And I think that's the root of this recall. The POA does not like that. I'd like to go over some of his, Chesa Boudin's achievements, because I think in the news, we hear the same story, Walgreens, drug deal, who the police have not been arresting for the DA to charge them. Anybody who's released is the judge's decision, not the district attorney. So the focus is just bizarre to me. But like I said, I want to read some of his accomplishments. He's achieved a significant reduction in jail population. He reduced the number of youth in juvenile detention. Along with justice partners, he secured closure of seismically unsafe County Jail number 4. He limited the use of gang and status enhancements, partnered to provide housing for justice involved unhoused people, ended our prosecutors' use of cash bail, created an independent innocence commission, resentenced the last person on death row out of San Francisco, launched a post-conviction unit, reduced the number of youth in juvenile detention to 1/3 of the size since January 2020, launched primary care diversion, committed to not prosecuting children as adults, co-sponsored SB 739, entered into an MOU with USF Law School Immigration Clinic to support a diversion program for unaccompanied children who are the victims of human trafficking, filed groundbreaking civil prosecution action against 3 manufacturers, created a new initiative to assist members of the public in obtaining gun violence restraining orders, conducted joint gun trafficking operation, hosted virtual convening on responses to gun violence, filed an amicus brief for Mexican government lawsuit against gun manufacturers, entered into a MOU with UCSF program Project Wraparound, exposed the privacy and ethical violations happening at sexual assault survivors' DNA from rape kits has been stored by the San Francisco Police Department. Created a pilot program to expand testing for toxology samples in sexual assault cases. Historic expansion of Victim Services Division in the District Attorney's Office. Added numerous multilingual victim advocates to the DA's office. Announced new policy to allow public-facing staff to take language classes during business hours. Created new policy to ensure that all victims with limited English proficiency have access to interpreters in court. Created for the first time in office history, 2 property victim advocate positions to support victims of residential burglaries. Secured grant to expand victim-centered restorative justice responses to harm. Created an internal policy to compensate victims of police violence. Signed MOU with local college universities to prevent on-campus sexual assault. Filed I can't say that word, so I'm gonna move on. Hosted live convening and interpreted violence and victim-centered solutions. Transportation partnership for domestic violence victims. Partner with the mayor for housing for domestic violence victims. Secured largest grant in office history to expand victim-centered restorative approaches to harm. Announced grant to expand and support restorative justice diversion programs. Co-founded the Restorative Justice Collaborative with other justice partners to promote cross-cultural healing. Created for the first time in office history to 2 property victim advocate positions. I think you get the point. I want to say that on Saturday, the people for this recall gave a representation where we interviewed and there wasn't any facts presented, and it was absolutely sad that this was all they had. So I will be opposing the recall of Chesa Boudin.
Thank you, Member Berry. Member Ibanez.
Thank you so much. I am here to support the motion to oppose the recall. I am not going to go into all the reasons. I think a lot of the members who have already spoken as to why we should oppose this have already said it. But one thing I do want to say, that to me, this is very personal, given that I am an educator. And I know that within education, we're fighting the prison pipeline, the school to prison pipeline. And one of the things that I know that my local, where we represent 6,500 members, were very supportive of District Attorney Chesa Boudin, because we understand the importance of restorative practices or restorative justice that needs to be inserted in our court system. Far too many people of color, far too many poor people have been incarcerated and given harsher penalties compared to white incarcerated inmates. And enough is enough. And if we're really about criminal justice reform, that is what criminal justice reform is, to bring restorative justice to the court system. And I was also very disappointed on the proponents of the recall when we interviewed them. Unfortunately, the representative of the recall made it too personal, as Member Berry stated. There was no factual information. On the other hand, distorted the truth. And there were so many comments that were made by the representative that created fear mongering. And we need to stop that. And we have a responsibility as Democrats to ensure that our Democrats and that the community actually gets the information that is needed. So that way they're not voting with fear, but actually with factual information, which District Attorney Chesa provided to us when he did the interview. And to me, that's really important. And if we're really honest, and if we really care about ensuring that there is criminal justice reform and that there is restorative justice in our court system, we need to ensure that DA Chesa Boudin continues to be our district attorney. And therefore, I will support the motion to oppose this recall. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Ibanez. Member Avalos.
Thank you, Chair Mahogany. at the risk of coming out of left field and not as a leftist, I think it's really important for us to reaffirm why we're involved in politics and what our role is in politics. I think that all of us want to create a better world, a better system, and unfortunately, what we're seeing, what's happened over the past, say, 40 years in the United States, there's been an effort to actually undermine the very institution that can actually have power to make the world better, and that is our government. And there's so much that's been done to tear apart the role of government to actually make improvements in our lives, provide opportunity. The role of government is to actually be minimized, to actually do criminal law enforcement and military intervention. We ignore the fact that our government does so much to actually make our streets, street lights work and pave our roads, and does so much for the things that we take for granted every day. And instead, we practice a politics that's really about making the other side look bad and to lose. And this recall is part of that effort. Comes out of this long history of making people not believe that government should be an effective tool to improve our lives. And it makes the other side actually look really bad in defending the role that government should play. We should stand for something better than that. There was a lot of talk tonight about how the role of the DA should be to arrest, people who are selling drugs in our streets. Well, the real people who are selling drugs on our streets are the cartels that are actually bringing the drugs into, our country. Some of them are based here in the United States. Many of them are based overseas. But those cartels wouldn't exist if we didn't have a demand for the supply that they provide. And so when it really comes down to it, the demand is a public health crisis. That is really what the intervention should be. And what's really great about DA Bodine is that he understands that our crisis of drugs is a public health crisis, and a public health crisis is what is really needed. Just recently, the president of Honduras, Juan Orlando Hernandez, who he was just extradited, or there was a opinion to extradite him to the United States because he is in the drug cartel business. His brother was actually arrested for being part of drug smuggling to the United States. This is not just something that happens in Honduras, the supply of drugs come here. There's also human trafficking that happens that actually comes to our very streets in San Francisco, into the Tenderloin, where young people who have been smuggled across the border to actually pay their way are forced to sell drugs on our streets. This is a reality, but it's actually the root of it is in the demand that we have, the addiction that we have in this country, and the supply it's provided that our government actually supports. We actually supported the government of Honduras for many, many years. It was the Obama administration, it was the Trump administration, and it was the Biden administration that only actually supported the new administration when they were elected, but was with this Juan Orlando Hernandez all this time. And so what we're doing here in San Francisco is we're trying to clean up a system that has actually been handed down to us from our very own federal government that props up the rich and powerful in other places of the country who make their money in so many different ways that are harmful to our societies. And so I want to make sure that we can actually make the right votes and stand for government that can really work for us, that stands for how we can unite together on creating a society that treats everyone with fairness and equality and recognizes the harm that's been caused over centuries of people who have been enslaved in this country, who have been genocide committed, whose communities have been killed in this country, and people have been forced to migrate to this country to be able to actually make a living. And our vote today should be about standing for justice. And I hope that we can all vote to vote against this recall. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Avalos. Member Lee. Yes, Member Lee.
Thank you so much, Chair Mahogany. I first want to clarify, my understanding is that no motion is needed since this is now an endorsements vote and triggers the past processes. Can I have that clarified? Like we just do the roll call vote and we do like the
sure.
yes, no endorsement. Is that correct?
I see Member Thomas were you speaking to this or no? our parliamentarian is Vice Chair Lacroix. Is she still on the call?
Perhaps we can come back to that, or if anyone else knows the answer.
Sure.
But my understanding is that we're just
Yes.
gonna, yeah, okay.
We'll just have the vote. I think
Yeah.
the motion was really just to provide the recommendation and also to open up for conversation.
For sure.
Thank you.
So I think many people,
yes, you're right.
Thank you, Vice Chair Lacroix. So I think many people have made a lot of very strong comments already, many of which I agree to. And I'd particularly like to align myself with Member Chen's comments earlier. As an immigrant from Hong Kong, as someone now whose day job is focused entirely on the issue of AAPI community safety here in San Francisco, I strongly oppose a recall of District Attorney Chesa Boudin. The truth is that the system has never worked for the AAPI community. This is not new. Did you know that this year on May 6th, we're actually going to be remembering the 140th anniversary of the Chinese Exclusion Act? The systemic racism against the AAPI community is built into the history of this country, built into the history of our state, and even, our city right here in San Francisco. This history, which I believe is rooted in white supremacist thinking and has been a long, long history of the white man keeping the AAPI community down, keeping the Chinese man down, is a true source of the harm and the pain that the AAPI community, even right here in San Francisco, face today. It's not just a new thing. For anyone who identifies as Asian American or Pacific Islander, and especially for immigrants, we know this. Like you didn't have a chance to get that job. You weren't rented that house. You were attacked and made fun of on the streets. You couldn't go to the places to socialize where you want. We know that we've been targeted and attacked for generations. This is not new. And it's certainly not exacerbated by just one person alone in the last 2 years. I strongly also reject this narrative that Chinese Americans have magically reared their heads to support recalls and push for conservative opinions. I saw that in way too many headlines, especially the New York Times, and I absolutely reject that narrative. With that said, I also want to say, yeah, there are Asian Americans, there are monolingual Cantonese speakers, as we heard today, who do support the recall. And I would ask you all, as I think there's a majority of this DCCC that oppose a recall, I would ask you and your communities to not silence them and also not treat my community as a monolith. You would not want that of your community either. So when it comes to really what do we do to address these systemic issues, we know that these problems have been lasting for forever. What can be done? I just want to talk a little bit about the work that I personally do see District Attorney Boudin doing that has a real tangible and immediate impact. I think a lot of people have said a lot of contextual things, but I just want to talk specifically about the victim services work, which I know the district attorney spoke to at the session on Saturday. First, District Attorney Boudin has appointed an Asian American woman with a KCLA with a history of working with the AAPI community to lead the Victim Services Bureau. I've had the opportunity to work with her directly. Talking about the issues that existed in the past, that Victim Services Bureau has failed the AAPI community for decades. This is not a new thing. They literally had one Chinese speaker as a victim advocate, and they've now expanded that many times over and now have partnered with community-based organizations like CYC, Self-Help for Elderly, and others to refer victims so that they can better support them in language, which is, not perfect, but that is a massive first step to be able to better support victims. They've also created an AAPI victim task force. I think District Attorney Boudin spoke to this as well, so that community-based organizations like the ones I named can work together more effectively with the DA's office directly. I can go on and on about some of these immediate initiatives. It's not perfect. There are folks who don't agree to the ways that these services and these programs are working. I think folks are still falling through the cracks, but I would not expect that in 2 years, those systems would be perfect. And I think that I agree to a lot of folks that mentioned that systems change are not immediate. I think this is going to be a first time admitting this, but Chesa Boudin was not my first choice in the 2019 election, but I cannot tell you how strongly I oppose this recall and how strongly I support him staying in this position today. So thank you.
Thank you, Member Lee. Member Tung. Member Tung?
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't hear you calling me.
Oh, no worries. Please go
thank you,
ahead.
Chair Mahogany. So I think for those of you who have had the chance to work with me on this body, that I hope that you have found me to be a process-oriented person, somebody who is really thoughtful about rules and how we should follow them. I recognize that there are policies and decisions that can be made by the district attorney that are well within his discretion, and that some of them, like in theory, I would agree with, but in practice, maybe not so much. My opinion is that that the district attorney has not balanced correctly or struck the right balance between reform and public safety. And I think that is what many of us hear from the people who are proponents of the recall, and also who are many of them Democrats. I know that there is a thought to cast this as a Republican recall, but I have spoken to many Democrats who support the recall of District Attorney Boudin, and that they are thoughtful on those issues, that they feel gaslighted by him, that they feel that he hasn't addressed crime in a way that is effective, and that he has not paid attention to the issues that are making our communities feel unsafe. So I won't go through and rehash all of that, but one thing that I do want to speak to that I think goes to this process and rule following kind of guide that I have for myself as prosecutor is that I don't feel that he has struck the right balance between community, the rights of defendants who are represented by counsel, and most importantly, or more importantly, the victims of crime who are not represented by counsel. And just in terms of a little bit of background, as many of you have seen during 2020 and 2021, the COVID-19 pandemic impacted all of us in ways we never could have imagined. I don't think that anyone ever imagined that or maybe you did, that the President of the United States would scapegoat an entire community across the country by saying things like Kung flu and China virus. And that during this time, violence against Asian Americans has been significantly felt in San Francisco, with the anti-AAPI hate movement being rooted here. And one would think, given the important size and historical significance of this community and the care with which we should take care of all communities who are impacted by violence or marginalized, that that in this time, Asian American victims would be treated with care, especially because of language barriers. And what I find striking is that there are many victims, many Asian American victims, who have had to engage lawyers to have their Marsy's rights enforced, the rights under the California Constitution, that they are entitled to be heard, that they are entitled to be informed of the things that are going on in court, and that they've had to retain attorneys in order to protect their rights. In fact, there are pro bono groups in the Asian American legal community that will assist victims of crime in finding attorneys because of what has happened in San Francisco specifically. I've been a prosecutor for 20 years, and I have never seen a victim file a lawsuit against a district attorney for violations of Marsy's law, and yet it's happened here. And I have never seen an office treat a victim with such disregard as his office has treated Mr. Wong Shin Lao, whose attorney fought for him to find out what the communications were by the district attorney's office, even after he had signed a release. And so, there are some publicly available documents that his attorney had to file in order to to get this information. And one of the requests that the attorney made was to have his communications, that the DA's office's communications with the victim be released. And not only did the response include redacted public documents, these are publicly available documents from the district attorney's office that were redacted, which were almost impossible to get during COVID. But when they released the documents that they had with respect to the communications with the victim, this is what the attorney received. It is fully redacted. And for someone who has had to engage an attorney, who has spent hours putting together multiple filings in order to protect his client's rights, to treat a victim of crime, someone who had great bodily injury in an unprovoked attack, an 80-year-old man, I find this extremely distasteful. I find this an abuse of the office. I find it abusive of the powers that he has. And to this day, my understanding is that these documents have not been released in their unredacted form. This is, I think, the tipping point for me, is disregard for victims. And although he may have said that, or may have done some things subsequent to that, I think that this really shows the true heart of what he is doing in that office. So it is for those reasons that I will vote to support the recall of Chesa Boudin.
Thank you, Member Tung. Member Thomas?
Move to call the question.
All right. Well, Member
My hand.
Loftus.
Hi, everybody. It's been really helpful to listen to everybody on this body. I want to, like Member Baraka, or Vice President, I think you have some title. So Executive Committee person, Baraka, sorry. I really appreciate that he thanked all the people who called in. And I really, frankly, oftentimes when this happens, sometimes like one side of an issue will call people and then they call in, but the other side maybe didn't, or we can't really tell. But this was really like, people spoke their truth. And I think that's how democracy works. And so I appreciate that. I really appreciate Supervisor Ronan's comments too, because I do think, look, right now, while we're having this meeting, like, Russia's invading Ukraine and there's reports of hundreds of dead people. And so the idea of what we're preserving here of like democracy and a process and a place in which people can disagree, I always prefer for it to be respectful, but I understand reasonable minds can differ on that. But I am aligned with Supervisor Ronan that I think we've got big problems to fix. And I think we saw that really with the school board recall. I think that people want to make a lot of what that was about, but I think fundamentally people felt like the people in charge their number one priority wasn't solving the problems. And so, I think that is a message that a lot of people are sharing. And, I think for me to be honest with all of you, I think you've seen that, there's no accident. There's no secret here that both Member Tung and I lost to Chesa Boudin. So in case anybody wasn't watching, that happened in 2019. And so as a result, I have really been hands off, and I was the appointed DA. So I have transitioned the power peacefully, offered him access to all the records while I was there, even offered to leave early if he wanted to prosecute some cases, especially the police cases. So it was a very collaborative process. And I think that's another hallmark of our democracy, right, is peaceful transition of power. And so I did that. I even wrote in one of those notes, like, good luck, do justice for the people, and then I walked out with my head held high and I moved on to my life. And I've had, it's been a tough time for the pandemic for all of us, but I really made peace with, he's got the job, So if you've noticed, I don't talk about him in the press. I don't criticize him. I've actually made a conscious choice because of the fact that I had that role. And to what a lot of you said, people should be given a chance to lead and they should have space for that. And that's deeply my belief. Now, I think probably given the pandemic, that lasted longer because of all the factors that many of you said. Like, it's very difficult to measure. Obviously, I get a lot of comments from everyone I see at Walgreens and my neighbors and other folks that people are really unhappy. And I think that's true. But I really will say that the part that changed how I view, and the reason I'm talking to you all now, is there's this part of me as a San Franciscan that has this image, and I want you to think about this. Like, imagine if Jeff Adachi was still alive, God rest his soul, and there was something in the paper that said the district attorney's office, in testimony in court, had an investigator under penalty of perjury say that I was told by people within the district attorney's office, and again, this case was charged when Mr. Boudin has been in office, so he charged it. Since that time, in making a filing, I was told to take out exculpatory evidence, which means anything that makes a defendant look innocent. And I was told to keep information from the defense. Like, we can't have a system where because someone is our friend or we align with them politically, like Jeff Adachi would lose his mind, in my view. And many of you know him better and might speak to that, but I was a prosecutor when he was the public defender, and he viewed his job was to hold us to account. There is no room for error when with the strike of a pen, you can arrest someone. With the strike of a pen, a prosecutor can arrest someone. So it means you have to be above reproach. It means every time a domestic violence victim came into me and said, Susie, I was lying, he didn't hit me, then I would immediately have to take my pen and write down, victim called on this day and told me she was lying, and then I'd immediately send it to the defense, because that's called a prosecutor's obligation to provide exculpatory evidence. The standard for prosecutors is high for a reason, because any semblance that you're not doing it fair breaks the whole thing. And this crisis that's happened, and again, I think there's a lot of sort of noise around it. I know too much to listen to the noise, and I can't keep acting like this is okay. So for me, the tipping point was, we have to have a functional system where people feel they're getting a fair shot. And that's the broken part. To the point about this recall, to me, that would be the aspect of corruption, that it's not, in many ways, a lot of you dual endorsed me and Chesa, like Shaman Walton endorsed me. In many ways, there was a lot of alignment on what we're trying to do. Maybe we were going to execute it differently. This isn't a huge philosophical concern. This is you had time to learn how to run this office and follow the rules and protect the integrity of what it means to have an obligation to people who are charged with crimes. And you failed. And the response has been to defend yourself, to blame others, and to do anything other than the introspection we need from our chief law enforcement officer. So for those reasons, I really think people should pause and at least maybe take some time till all this shakes out before you decide wholeheartedly that you support the way prosecutors are handling their ethical responsibilities in that office.
Thank you, Member Loftus. Member Morales.
Hi, everybody. I will attempt to be brief. Thank you all for sharing and engaging in this conversation, and also thank you for everybody who provided comment, especially those who are limited English speakers or monolingual speakers of languages other than English. So muchas gracias a todos los que compartieron en español. No sé si hay alguien todavía en la reunión hablando español, por lo menos. I wasn't going to say anything because the question had been called, but I just really, the thing that triggers me and that triggered me on Saturday as well was it's just like misconstruing facts and sharing like half truths. So I just want to share a few things for context for people that are watching and listening in terms of the criminal legal system and how it works. I am not a lawyer, I am not a prosecutor, and I'm proudly not so, to be honest. No offense to all the people that I care about and love, including my former boss. Actually, many of my former bosses are lawyers, and many of my fellow members. I'm a social worker, and very proudly so, because I have a long history of being an advocate for working class people and for people who are usually considered the underdogs. So, so one piece is with there is this little talking point that keeps being used around exculpatory evidence that wasn't shared to the police department. Because one officer is a defendant accused of a crime, it doesn't mean that the police department, which is their employer, becomes the defendant, right? So there is the exculpatory evidence needs to be given to the lawyer defending the defendant, right? And that was provided, and the judge in the case did say that there was no wrongdoing and that the case can continue moving forward, and it is in fact moving forward. So please, let's not share half-truths. We all have our opinions, and actually respect to people who think that he's not doing the, his job in the way that you like. That's how democracy works, right? We vote or not vote for somebody, and then unless something really egregious happens, that's who we have, and we keep organizing to make that change, right? So that's one piece. And then another piece is that has been commented on before is also regarding discretion, and this actually, I don't think I've heard it tonight, or maybe I missed it, but given that I am talking about half-truths, it did come up on Saturday, particularly around collaborative courts, which are courts that help people be able to engage in treatment and encourage people to engage in treatment. And if they engage in treatment, they don't have to be behind bars. They don't engage in the treatment, they will go back to jail. Judges, whether in collaborative court or not, are ultimately the ones that make a decision on what is going to happen to a defendant or a person accused of a crime, whether it's in collaborative court or outside of collaborative court. So, and a reminder, actually, that something that I learned as a non-lawyer is that the DA's office is representing the people, is representing all of us as San Francisco, and the safety of all of us, is not representing one victim. And as a survivor of sexual assault, I will tell you, and not only that, as somebody who has supported survivors of sexual assault and domestic violence, go through the process with two other DAs, DA Kamala Harris and DA Gascon. They actually made it very clear over and over again that they were not representing the clients that I was helping. They made it very clear that they represent the people, that they're not there to represent the victims. So I just think that it'd be very important to be fair and to actually explain how the system works and not just utilize certain talking points that are not giving the full picture to those of us who might not know the ins and outs of the criminal legal system, and how unfair it actually tends to be, regardless of who's sitting on that chair. So, and I am opposing the recall of the DA. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Morales. Member Thomas.
Motion to close debate and call the question.
Second.
All right, there's been a motion that has been seconded. All in favor, I think we can do this by acclamation. All in favor on that motion?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Any abstentions?
Yeah, I oppose. This is Loftus.
Oh, opposed? The ending of debate?
Gosh, no. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. So none opposed. Any abstentions? All right. Seeing none, the motion passes. We will now move on to the endorsement vote. Going back to Recording Secretary Lee's point, since this is being treated as a ballot measure, the question is, should DA District Attorney Chesa Boudin be recalled? Yes or no? Is that right?
So consider this being like a ballot measure as it is. So you can either vote yes, which means that you support the recall. You can vote no, which means that you oppose the recall, or you can have no position, which is that you believe that the DCCC should have no position on the recall.
Thank you for clearing.
Yep, and you can also pass, and then I will just come back to you.
Wait, can I ask a point of order question? So Secretary Lee, but how is it written? Because I think isn't it written so that if everybody, which we know isn't going to happen, voted yes, then we would vote yes on the recall? Or I thought the way that it was crafted, and maybe I'm wrong, is to oppose it. That we're being presented to whether we oppose.
No, I'm not sure. We clarified this earlier. So there was a motion on the table that had been made by Vice Chair Lovett, but there is no actual motion. We are doing this as if this were a ballot measure because we are abiding to the current bylaws, which is also how this item was noticed in the agenda. Is that correct, Chair Mahogany?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So if you say yes, that means that you support the recall. If you say no, that means you oppose the recall. If you say no endorsement, you believe that we should not, as a committee, take a position on the recall.
Thank you again. So yes, supporting the recall, no, opposing the recall, and no endorsement or pass or abstain.
Oh, sorry, you can also abstain.
All right. I think we needed a roll call vote for this one. Are you ready, Recording Secretary Lee?
Yep. And I think Moises, I might have you help me with the counting. All right, Member Oblos.
No.
Member Baraka.
No.
Member Barry.
No.
Member Campos.
No.
Member Chen.
No.
Member Galata.
No.
Member Haney.
No.
Member Ibanez.
No.
Member Kim. Member Lacroix.
No.
Member Lee, no. Member Loftus.
Yes.
Member Lovett.
No.
Member Mahogany.
No.
Member Marr.
No.
Member Morales.
No.
Member Raju.
No.
Member Ronan.
No.
Member Thomas.
No.
Member Tung.
Yes.
Member Williams.
No.
Member Kunalakis.
No position.
Member Ma.
Abstain.
Member Cohen. Proxy Tyra Fennell. Member Ting.
No.
I'm just going to check. Member Kim, are you there?
Yes.
And sorry, what is your position?
No.
Thank you. All right. For this item, with 2 yeses, 20 noes, 1 no position, and 1 abstain, this motion carries. Or sorry, this motion, I should clarify. The DCCC has taken a position to oppose the recall.
All right. Thank you, Recording Secretary Lee, and thank you, members, for the debate, conversation, and the vote. We are now moving on to item 14. I know this has been a very long meeting, but we are at new business. If there is any new business that folks want to bring forward, I do actually have one thing that I would like to announce, which is that the gender equity committee will be meeting in March. This is something that we had discussed previously. And I know that a lot of members had said that they were interested in participating in, including Member Loftus and Member Barry, I believe. I believe Treasurer Morales will also be involved with this committee. And so we will be in touch. If folks are interested in joining this committee, please feel free to reach out to me and we can go from there. And any other new business, I will now turn it over to Member Barry.
Yes, members, I would just like to announce that in Visitation Valley this Saturday from 11 to 3, there will be a Black and Asian co-cultural event at Peabody and Leland Avenue at the Visitation Valley Playground. There will be Black performers, Asian performers, and it's all in a spirit of unity.
That's awesome. Thank you for sharing that. Can you make sure to send us the details and maybe we can send it out on the listserv as well. Thank you, Member Barry. Member Thomas.
Thank you, Chair Mahogany. I just want to thank all the members of the DCCC who showed up to the public employees organized labor rally in front of City Hall this month. It was great to see so many friendly faces in a safe environment as we begin the process of bargaining for our new contract. I want to let everybody know that next month around the same time, I believe it might be I think it's the 23rd at noon, we'll be having yet another rally. So you're all invited and we would love to see your faces there. And then I would also request if the chair wouldn't mind adjourning in honor of the people of Ukraine who are currently being actively invaded and subject to a declaration of war. There's news coming all across our phones, I'm sure we've seen, with the explosions and invasion forces coming through. So,
thank you, Member Thomas. Thank you for bringing that up. Vice Chair Baraka.
Thank you, Chair Mahogany. As many of you know, I am a member of the San Francisco Fire Department, and I just wanted to mention, as a part of Black History Month, they're going to have a dedication to firefighter Earl Gage Jr. He served for over a decade as the only African-American member of the San Francisco Fire Department, and I certainly stand on his shoulders and make sure that we have a fire department that is fair, equitable, and racially diverse, as Mr. Gage started. And that is going to be Friday, February 25th, from noon to 6 p.m. And it's going to be at 1501 O'Farrell Street. So again, that's 12 to 6. Friday, February 25th, that's this Friday, at Rosa Park Elementary School. It's a mural dedication ceremony. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Baraka. Thank you for letting us know. And also, if you wanted to send that to us, those details to us, maybe we can send that out in our email blast as well. So thank you again. Any other members have announcements? Ooh, I don't know whose buzzer that was, but anyway, seeing none, we will adjourn tonight's meeting oh, I'm sorry, Member Chen.
Sorry, I didn't know when to say this, but can we also adjourn the meeting in memory of Deng Hingzi? Mr. Deng, he was 96. He passed away last year. He was a leader of the Community Tenant Association, and despite his age, he still continued to do things for the community at 90 something. And one of his mottos was helping others is a great source of happiness. So I just want us to acknowledge that he was one of the unsung heroes of San Francisco. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Chen. And was that Mr. Deng?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for sharing that. And I'm sorry for your loss. Member Barry?
Yeah, I just wanted to thank Member Chen for mentioning Dang. He was my boss for a while, and he was an absolutely amazing man. And the Board of Supervisors did a great in memoriam for him. So thank you, Member Chen.
Thank you. Then in honor of Mr. Dang and also the people of Ukraine, we will adjourn tonight's meeting. Thank you, members. Have a good night.
Thank you. Good night.